This is the flagship station of the world champion Boston Celtics. WBZ-FM and HD Boston 98.5, the Sports Hub, a Beasley Media Group station. Sports Hub headlines.
Despite being the biggest underdog on the NFL board entering the weekend, the Patriots scored a huge upset in their regular season opener yesterday, beating the Bengals in Cincinnati 16-10. Ramondre Stevenson ran for 120 yards and a touchdown for new head coach Gerard Mayo.
I challenged Ramondre in the spring. I said, look, you don't get a lot of love, a lot of hype, but I've always believed that he's one of the best running backs in the league. And you know, when we signed him to the extension, there was no one more happy than me because I know what he's capable of, and he showed that today.
The defense held the home team to 224 net yards, and Keon White had 2.5 sacks. The next game is the home opener Sunday against Seattle. The Seahawks gave up a pair of safeties to Denver yesterday, but still won their opener yesterday as well, 26-20. Miami rallied for a 20-17 win over Jacksonville. Before the game, Tyreek Hill was detained by police, cited for reckless driving, and then released. He wound up with 7 catches for 130 yards and a touchdown, and one of the officers involved in his incident was immediately placed on administrative duties. Dallas beat the Browns in Cleveland 33-17. A couple of hours before kickoff, Dak Prescott signed a brand new 4-year, $160 million extension. The Red Sox lost to Chicago 7-2 at Fenway Park yesterday. They're 4 games out of a playoff spot, but they're also a half a game behind Detroit and Seattle in the wild card standings. They play Baltimore at Fenway tonight. After season opening wins at Florida State and against Duquesne, the Boston College football team is ranked 24th in the nation in the latest AP poll. They visit number 6 Missouri Saturday, and men's top seed Yannick Sinner beat American Taylor Fritz in straight sets to win the U.S. Open tennis tournament. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by Premier Basement Waterproofing. This fall, the guru Mike Albert is the only one you let into your basement if you never want to see a drop of water again. 844-LIVE-DRY or premierbasement.net. It's game over for water. I'm John Wallach at Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 6:30.
Boston's best sports talk. There's an app for that. Download the Sports Hub app for loads of stuff. Absolutely free. Connect with the shows, get podcasts, and more. Get it where you get your apps. Or at 98.5sportshub.com.
Fred, hello. Hello. Hello.
Mm-hmm.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
He's naked. He has a sword.
Super him up with a football.
98.5. The Hub.
Bruins are back from the West Coast. Coast.
Cocaine and hookers. Yes. Na.
Is it okay to use this for the radio?
Yeah. Welcome to the show, you sweet bitch.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Good morning. We are the Toucher and Hardy Show. We are in the Town Fair Tire Studios, 617-779-0985. As always, we are brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more with FanDuel. And you can, of course, watch us on YouTube, which is what everyone does. It's very exciting, and you can see how jacked I'm getting.
Oh, are you just going for a vascular thing? Or are you trying to get shredded? What's the plan?
We're in a bulk phase now.
Oh, okay.
We're in a bulk phase.
So by weight training, you're just trying to put on a bunch of weight.
Yeah.
You're just trying to, girth up.
Yeah, so every morning, 17 hard-boiled eggs.
Yeah.
Then for dinner, I'll have 4 or 5 porterhouses, just protein and calorie loading, and then it's going to be a massive cut.
Okay.
After that, once I put the size on, then I'm going to go for the cut. Then you'll see.
I understand.
This is how I'm going to do it. And no water for 2 days during the cut, and then I'm going to do my famous yearly show in just a pair of jockeys.
Yeah, well That's the no water thing. I only do that before I have an abs competition. So if I've got like
Every day's an abs competition.
no, it's not. Like Thursday night, I have an abs competition at Clutch Cargo. So I'm going to go down there, and it's a underground nightclub scene. Wallach, you wouldn't know about it.
No, you're right. I wouldn't.
But it's an abs comp, so I will deprive myself of virtually all fluids, only what's contained, naturally in some foods.
Got to stretch that skin out over the muscle. I get you.
Yes, starting late Tuesday night, all day Wednesday, and all day Thursday. I mean, I will be. Don't light a match near me because I'm like Tinder. I'll go up. I'm so dry, but that's what I need to get the abs cut for Thursday night.
Yeah. So we're in a bulk phase now. You can probably tell. A lot of very heavy weights, and then when I start getting shredded, we change things up a little bit. Add a little cardio, no water.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then I start to cut. Well, how about your New England Patriots yesterday? Oh my. Look at this. And I was saying to you guys before the show, this is the first time, perhaps, it can't be in my life, because when the Patriots sucked, I had to have been rooting for them. First of all, I never watched them. But if on the off chance that they were on TV, I probably wanted them to win the 1985 Super Bowl. I can't remember. I was a little kid. John was just a wild man in his 20s.
Yeah, just graduating college at that point. Yeah.
But I during that time I believe I probably wanted to win. But certainly since I've been in Boston, that was the first game that I found myself not instinctually rooting against the Patriots. I thought, good for them. Now, there's several reasons for that. Some of them selfish. You put Cincinnati a little behind things. Cincinnati, who was supposed to be a threat in the AFC, does not look like a threat in the AFC, but nonetheless. And look at that. Perhaps Gerard Mayo, the superior coach in that game as well. I mean, you could make the argument that he was the better coach. Certainly the results speak of that. So congratulations, New England fans, for all of the everything that could have gone wrong and everything this season could have been. These are the little things that make a poor team's season bearable.
Yeah, I was just happy you could take a deep exhale because you looked at the schedule and there was a very real possibility that they could have lost their first 4 or 5, and you're looking at it and go, thank God they won one. You don't have to worry about that now as the numbers roll up in the loss column.
I'll tell you this.
Very pleased.
Seattle, I watched some of that Seattle game yesterday, and Seattle did not look over. No. In the first half, they were terrible.
Yeah, they gave up 2 safeties in the first half.
Yeah. Did they give up 2 safeties, or did they get 2 safeties?
No, they gave up 2 safeties.
Okay, they gave, because I didn't
one
see
because of penalty and one because one of the running backs got tackled in the end zone.
But yeah,
safeties are a weird thing terminology-wise because I think they got the safety.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
But it's not like it's not like a normal score.
Yeah.
That is the confusion. All right, so Seattle to a very bad Denver team starting a rookie did not look good. So there is a chance, not crazy possibility that you could be 2-0.
Well, we always looked at it as you got to get that win week 2 so you don't start the season 0-4.
Exactly.
That was like a foregone conclusion that you were going to lose week 1 on the road to the Bengals. You got to get that. You got to figure out a way to get a win at home in week 2. I'm not changing my opinion altogether because, as we've been talking about for weeks now, the different primers when it comes to watching a team in a rebuild era. One of the things is, I forget who said it, may have been Callahan, that these teams almost always will win one game, will get one upset or even 2 during a season and beat a team they shouldn't beat. Mm-hmm. Because, let's face it, when's the last team to go winless? Was it the 08 Lions?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So every one of these circumstances, these terrible football teams that only get 2 or 3 wins in a season, those 2 or 3 wins are almost always against a better team that they're underdogs against. They figure out a way to win a few. I hope that it is not just one of those outliers and there's more than 1 or 2 more wins somewhere, and they're based on the way they played yesterday.
Sure.
But that's what we're talking about today is what did we see in that game yesterday that'll give you some faith that it wasn't just that's one of those games that bad teams win every season. They get one win against a team they have no business being.
Go ahead.
Cincinnati played poorly, and they didn't have T. Higgins, and Jamar Chase not only hadn't done anything in the preseason, he also was pouting the entire game and not getting off the field. They had 12 men on the field during a punt because he just wouldn't leave the field. He was pouting. So I mean, listen, they had their own issues. They have no running game. There's like a bunch of problems with that team.
Patriots defense was solid. Remember, Keon White, we had hoped he'd showed up after you got rid of Judon, and he did.
Gonzalez was good.
Gonzalez was very good. Jamar Chase had a couple of catches, including one deep one, but that was against zone. That wasn't against man.
Yeah, so Christian Gonzalez
played
looked
well.
good. So, yeah, you had young players that played well. The way they played it offensively, not turning the ball over, not throwing the ball really, is probably not a recipe for great success, but nonetheless
goes against everything the NFL is these days. In fact,
well, that's the only way they're going to win.
It was like a playbook from 30 or 40 years ago.
But don't tell me it was as boring as last year.
No, last year was infinitely worse.
Yeah, so
infinitely worse.
I told you, and this is not me being Kreskin. I think anyone could have figured this out, but there was no way this season was going to be. No matter how bad they were, there was no way this season was going to be as boring as last season. That this had to be at least a little more entertaining because at least there was something new to root for. So, and I mean, they Brissett didn't turn the ball over. They had very opportunistic takeaways in that game. Look, I don't think you watch that game and go, this team's winning 8 games this year. I don't think there's any danger of that happening, but there's a chance they could be 2-0. They could beat Seattle at home. Go ahead.
Sure, they can certainly beat Seattle at home. Seattle was very unimpressive. And by the way, for those of you who wanted Drake May to start at quarterback, take a look at how the rookies did. 2 out of the 3 of them anyway yesterday.
Oh, my God. Well, did you hear any of the post game with our friend Joe Murray?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. There was a lot of people saying, well, the offensive line wasn't bad.
Yeah, I was in the car. I was in the car listening to Joe, and I know we'll get into it, but just specifically about the Patriots and why it wasn't boring to watch. Your perspective is 180 degrees from where it was last year. Last year, you had a bunch of older players who were underachieving, and there was you couldn't look at anything and go, oh, okay. You were comparing them because Belichick was the head coach to the Patriots of the past. You go into this year, you're not expecting anything. Every 75, 80, 85% of all Patriots fans thought they were going to get blown out yesterday, and you watched them control the line of scrimmage. And there's optimism there because they overachieved yesterday while they underachieved last year based on expectations. I think that's the reason why it was less boring.
Also, I don't think that a team's ever been more boring for any reason, just the on-the-field product than last year's Patriots. No team that I followed, and I followed some very poor teams, has ever – because at least those Lions teams, Hardy, that sucked with Stafford – just chucked the ball all over the place. Yeah, they had 2 Hall of Famers on offense.
Yeah, and they would do things that you didn't necessarily see coming, or they would do things to offensively and defensively sometimes to you got something going on there. Last year it was still Belichick, it was still Mac Jones, and it was just not even treading water. It was slowly watching your head dip below the surface. And, a scissor kick here or there was not enough to keep your interest. It just wasn't. The entirety of the season was watching a slow drowning.
Yeah. And the games in themselves, that Jets-Patriots game, the last game of the season, And I like
that
the
Chargers
Jets.
game and that downpour where they lost 9-0.
The game in Germany. I mean, like they were
Colts in Germany.
The Colts in Germany.
Yeah.
I mean, these were all-time boring games. So anyway, so it's good. We'll go over everything that happened with the game when we come back. Listen, let's bask in these. The day after a Patriots win, a day a Patriots have a winning record. And I'm not being negative. I'm being positive. This is good. This is an unexpected win on the road against a team that was supposed to be a playoff team in a lot of people's perspectives. So enjoy the win today. 617-779-0985 if you care to call in. We will be back in just a moment.
You're listening to Toucher and Hardy on the Sports Hub. Hunter and Hardy on 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Did you catch a game last night?
Ladies and gentlemen, you'll have to excuse me, but I have a email from Garmin that my account will be deleted in 60 days.
No.
Uh-oh. I think it's on the level, too, because I've been really playing fast and loose with my Garmins.
Time to switch to the TomTom. And I know you probably have the route memorized by now, but I think what you get yourself is one of them dashboard TomToms, and just use that instead, Fred.
I've been very loyal to Garmin, but, I mean, now that they're threatening to pull my account, I don't know how much loyalty I can stand.
Oh.
All right, so what happened yesterday? You tell me with the Patriots. Are they hot to trot?
Oh, hot to trot like a D4 say. They were in Cincinnati with a new season, with a new head coach.
I got it.
What?
Never mind. Nicholas got it. Good for him. All right. Someone got it for me. Good. I was looking for this. All right, go ahead.
All right. So, new head coach, new season, a new old quarterback or an old new quarterback, and let's see what happens here as the Patriots kick off in Cincinnati. A new era begins.
And the kickoff is aloft into the end zone, and that one will clear the end zone. So for all the talk about the dynamic kickoff during the preseason with a flag on the play, maybe one of the Patriots left early. As we await the call from Lan Clark, that first boot by Sly nearly hit the goalpost.
Hey, hard to believe he would leave early, knowing we're going to kick it
illegal
through.
formation. Kicking team. Number 24. 5-yard penalty will be added to the touchback spot. First down.
That's the rookie free agent, Del Pettis. So now the Bengals are recorded outstanding field position.
Yeah.
And we're off.
Yeah, I took one note yesterday. And it was a penalty on the first play. Because
Del Pettis, great story. Undrafted free agent, made the team as a safety, and he was never seen again.
yeah, I got. I was like, oh no, this is going to be symbolic of what happens the rest of the game.
Yeah.
So I literally, because I mean, how much other stuff happened that I won't remember, but like I was like, I got to remember that they had a penalty on the first play of the game. That cannot be forgotten.
No, and it shouldn't be. And the last couple of years we've probably gotten used to maybe a penalty on the first play from scrimmage. Maybe even if the Pats don't have the ball first, maybe it's the first play on the first offensive drive for the Patriots. You get a false start, and that's what you're used to. On the kickoff. Now we're getting penalties on the kickoff.
That was impressive. I don't know if you guys remember this. I forget what game it was. The Patriots had a delay of game before their first offensive play of the game. That happened at least once, maybe twice last year. Oof. So, although a penalty on the dynamic kickoff to start the season, that may top it.
Well, that's part of the reason that it was dynamic,
Well, they didn't do anything on that opening drive. The Patriots get the ball, and there was one guy who started doing something early, and he was going to be doing stuff for the Patriots all game long.
Two receivers with a tight end, Henry now to put a hand down right. Polk tightens up from the right and then trots across the formation. Stevenson in the backfield. The Bengals crowd the line. One high safety now coming forward. Then a defender drops back as Brissett pulls away, gives to Stevenson, hop right, runs past an arm tackle, angling right to the 35-40 with a stiff arm. And Ramondre continues the stiff arm, ridden out of bounds eventually as he sent Geno Stone, the safety for Cincinnati, to the turf.
I mean, Ramondre Stevenson came out, I wouldn't say shot out of a cannon, because he had some interesting little hitches in his running every once in a while. I heard one person describe it as James White-esque, little sidestep here and there, but with the strength and the stiff arms and just not being denied extra yards after contact. I mean, 16 or a 14-yard run right there to help extend that opening drive for the Patriots offense, and he looked like a guy that you were going to be able to attach yourself to for the entire game early on.
It was not slow, but it was methodical. That was one of his longest runs of the day. He's not a breakaway back. He didn't get 40 yards in a chunk. I think his long run for the day was 17 yards, and it was constant. So that enables you to keep possession of the ball and methodically move the ball down the field. And methodically move the ball down the field. Yes. Thank you.
The more yards you pick up,
yeah,
the longer you have the ball, the more time that.
I don't think you deserve that.
That's what I'm here for, Fred, to entertain you.
No, don't do that.
When you get big chunks of yardage, you don't have the ball so long.
I know.
Well, you want a big chunk of yards? Maybe you got to find. Where's Hooper? Hooper!
The first down for New England from the left hash.
Who are these guys?
Hooper motions to the right.
I don't know, but
seriously. Who are these people on the team?
He's Hooper. He's Matt Hooper. He's from the Oceanographic Institute.
No, I think that's wrong. I don't think that's right at all.
Matt Hooper from the Oceanographic Institute?
I don't think that's true.
They picked him up right before he got on board the Aurora.
No, I don't
9
think
months
he's
at
on
sea.
this team. I will not sit here and stand for your movie references, sir. It's Austin Hooper. Thank you.
Yeah, there's a lot of people I was like, who's these guys?
That gives Brissett 3 eligibles, right, 2 left. Bengals show blitz, they come. Quick throw to the right flat. It's caught by Hooper. Turns and runs right sideline 40, 45 on his shoulder into the defender. And he steps out of bounds as Stone pushes him out just shy of midfield at the Patriot 49.
Patriots take the back. They flex him out on the left. What it does, it opens up that Cincy defense. Then they come with the blitz. Jacoby reads it perfectly and throws the hot to the tight end and the flat to the right. And Hooper, man, with a nice catch. And that's something Gerard Nail's looking forward to.
Isn't it amazing how Scott Zolak is a different person in that booth? Like, did you hear that? Like an actual breakdown.
Then they come with the blitz. Jacoby reads it perfectly and throws the hot to the tight end and the flat to the right. And Hooper, man, with a nice catch. And that's something Gerard Nail's looking forward to.
Yeah.
Yeah, 2 things. Yes, he can focus on these things. This is something he can focus on, it seems like. The game is one of the few times in life that he can sit and focus.
It speaks to him on a molecular level.
Yes, exactly. It's almost beyond description.
Yes.
And second of all, whenever someone says ha or hawk, I always just think hawk to a girl. Is this happening to anyone else? Because I talked to a guy I was watching the game with yesterday, and they kept saying hawk. And I just, the hawk to a girl has gotten so in my head. Every time I hear hawk or hot, I'm thinking hawk to her.
Well, Jacoby Brissett
By the way, these receivers blow. I mean, this is not going to be good.
Well, we don't know until we get a quarterback who actually throws the ball more than
these are bad.
Jacoby Brissett. Now, look, I think it's hard. I think it's hard to tell how good or bad they might be based on yesterday's.
Well, based on who they are. I mean, based on who they are and their history in the NFL and things of that nature, I think it's fair to say that this is not going to be a strength of the team.
Well,
the receiving core.
What awesome pass did Jacoby Brissett throw yesterday? Or what did the pass that he threw that they didn't haul in?
So you're telling me if they had, Josh Allen, that these receivers would end up being average? I don't think so.
I think it's too early to tell.
Jalen Polk maybe, but besides that, who on this team is which one of these receivers has any chance of being good?
There are only 2 of them. There are only 2 of them, Polk and Demario Douglas. Those are the 2.
Okay.
So they threw 1 ball at Polk yesterday, and he caught it. And Douglas, and if I'm a defensive coordinator and I look at that wide receiver crew, and yes, it's not very good, I do everything I can to make sure that Douglas is accounted for.
All right. So you just proved my point. But yes,
all I'm saying is
if Pop Douglas is who they're focusing on in the passing game, your receivers suck. Why are you arguing with this?
I'm not saying I think they're a little bit. All I said was I think they're a little bit better than you think.
Who?
I think that Jalen Polk could be good.
He could be.
Yes.
But as a room, it's a terrible receiver room.
Oh, there's nobody that's going to strike fear into the hearts of the opponents right now. But
Is there a worse receiver room in the NFL? I know it's unfair because no one knows everyone's depth chart, but I have to assume it's by far the worst receiver room in the NFL. I have to assume
easily bottom 5, if not worst. Yes,
I don't. Who does Carolina have? Because they're pretty bad.
Yeah, Carolina was not good yesterday.
Oh, that's a bold statement.
No, but I mean bad even for them.
No, I know.
Yesterday.
I know. I'm just kidding.
Well, you know what?
I mean, I've heard of Adam Thielen.
who's 34.
Yeah.
Fred, I'm not a big fan of
Miles
this.
Sanders I've heard of, but he wasn't targeted.
I'm not a big fan of this newfangled forward pass anyway. I'd rather see my quarterback pick up 16 yards with his feet, set up a 1st and goal, and then just run the ball some more.
With a 3rd and goal to go just outside the 3. A heavy set. 3 tight ends are in. Osborne motions left to right. Brissett under center. Stevens in the back.
Can't call someone heavy set.
No, they'll start complaining.
No.
And then they'll be all over your socials.
Isn't that always the way it goes?
It really is.
Yep.
That's so 1984.
Yeah.
You can't. I mean, come on.
Osborne motions left to right. Brissett under center. Stevens in the back. He takes the handoff. He runs it to the right side. He's into the end zone. Touchdown, Patriots!
Phenomenal drive. 80 yards right down the field. Impeccable drive by Jacoby Brissett. Excellent decision-making with the throws and then with the feet. I thought Jacoby was bigger with his feet than the throws.
Say what? Go ahead.
You're talking about...
What?
Excellent decision-making with the throws and then with the feet.
What? I zoned out, huh?
I thought Jacoby was bigger with his feet than
What is he stepping in on rats? Go ahead, John.
the throws. And, of course, coming off the ball, going big there, Caden Wallace.
Oh, what on the ball? Oh, because of the feet.
Piggybacked off Fedarian Lowe.
Piggies?
And they, again, run that counter between the tackles. And Ramondre takes it in. That's big.
It was big.
Yeah, it's size 18. Go ahead.
I'm not following that. You think I'm following that?
Well, you had your hand up.
I did. I did.
All
But
right.
whatever I say is going to be useless after that.
Oh, thank you. I'm here to disrupt. Cy, go ahead.
What's going on, fellas? Yeah, I got to agree with Hardy. I think it's too early, and I think all we heard going into this game, the Patriots might not win a game. They suck. They're not going to be able to move the ball. And listen, I'm not saying they're a top team in the AFC, but they looked good yesterday. The offense looked way better than anything they did last year. And this team might not be good this year, but they're going to win some games this year. I told people the only room on this team that sucks is they got to address the offensive line. They got a good defense. They got a good tight end room. They got young receivers. They're going to win games. So I don't know how they're going to suck when there's only one weakness on the team.
Whoa.
We'll
That's unfair because I never said that I said everything I've said so far has been positive. I said that
You said they suck. They're going to be a bad team.
I said that the receivers suck, and I said, well, I've said they're going to suck going into the season, and I do think that. I mean, let's be honest, they're not going to be a good team. But I said they could start 2-0. I said that that's an impressive win on the road. I said as much as Cincinnati played poorly, and you had turnovers at opportune times. I said it was exciting. I said that Mayo was the best coach in that game. I mean, did you hear the first break?
So I think, going back to the receivers, I think Polk has a chance to be good. I think Pop Douglas is good.
Yes.
And Osborne's an NFL pro. So I don't think the receivers suck. They might not
let's not go crazy.
Pros, but I think I think they're a fine receiver room.
Yeah, KJ Osborne is not a good receiver.
They don't have Jerry Rice.
No, they don't have Wayne Krebet. They don't have Wayne Krebet.
KJ Osborne was a 3rd or 4th receiver in Minnesota that they were more than happy to get rid of.
He's fine.
It's okay.
He's been in the league longer than a year. Yes, you win.
How much you're going to get negativity plenty on this station. I'm giving you positive stuff. I have been all off season. I'm rooting for this Patriots team within reason.
You're rooting for the Jets.
No, I am. But yesterday I found myself for the first time maybe ever in my life hoping that the Patriots won a game. And that is true. I like what they've done. I like everything. And I thought Mayo was surprisingly adept. Everyone was ready to get in here today and go, Mayo screwed up this and Mayo screwed that. He ran the clock well. He handled the clock well at the end of the first half. They did the right thing at the end of the game. Stevenson and the offensive line did it. And, Cincinnati helped there. There's a lot of positives to come out of the game. I don't know why we're getting stuck on this.
I'll tell you why we're getting stuck on it. As you said, the receivers all suck. These guys all suck.
Yes, they suck.
The only thing that John and I both said was, how can you tell? Based on, especially, and I'll stick to one guy, Demario Douglas. I don't know how you or anyone else can say he's either good or crappy at this point in his career.
The room is a terrible receiving room. Fine. Polk could be good. Douglas is, if say Douglas can play 12 games in a season, he can be fine. But the receiving room blows. Tyquan Thornton sucks. Austin Hooper's not a good receiver. KJ Osborne's not a good receiver. On and on and on and on. It's undebatable. It's not based on yesterday's game. KJ Osborne not being good is based on his career. Austin Hooper not being good is based on his career. Is anyone thinking Tyquan Thornton's a serviceable receiver? He's terrible. We're getting caught on something very strange. It's like this little nugget everyone's hanging on to. When it's a fact, the receivers aren't good. Go ahead.
Look, Gerard Mayo's game plan wasn't specific. Yesterday wasn't specific for Cincinnati. If the Patriots are going to win games, they got to do exactly what they did yesterday, and that involves ball control. Get whatever you can get out of Brissett. Yesterday it was under 150 yards. Maybe he gets to 200 one week while he's starting. Maybe he doesn't. Easy. But the way, the way the Patriots are going to win games this season is what you saw yesterday. The defense has to show up. They have to run the football exceptionally well. They have to hold on to the football for long periods of time and keep both teams under 20.
Let me just tell you right now, here's your benchmark. As long as Brissett throws for more yards than Ramondre Stevenson runs for,
fair, and that happened
which yesterday by 1 yard.
That's right.
Then that's
121 yards to 120. But
that's going to be good enough, and you shouldn't expect any more.
Gerard Mayo told us this was going to happen Thursday. They asked him what was good about his offensive line. He said, "I like the way we run the football." He told us he was going to run the football yesterday.
The pass blocking was not good.
Getting back to your original point, Fred, he's not too keen on wide receivers either. He understands that he can't throw the football not to win.
Yes. Okay, so I don't know why that was even a debate.
But now as opposed to the future. That's the only
but by the way, so the calls that came into Joe, and just as to stop people before, you can call it if you want, I guess. But I don't know why people just couldn't take the win and say that was nice. You know, they're going, well, why didn't Drake May play? Because the offensive line played well. Well, a few things. May doesn't win that game, A. B, the offensive line did not pass block well. Brissett, how many times do you think Brissett might have to come out of the game? Oof. And then the nightmare begins that they had to rush May into a game.
The regular season, as we found out yesterday across the NFL, is different than the preseason. Bo Nix looked like a world beater during the preseason. Did anyone watch him yesterday?
Yes, he was.
Caleb Williams. Look at all
Caleb
that
Williams
offensive.
sucked.
Take a look at all that offensive talent around him. He's built to succeed. Well, if you watched the Chicago Bears game yesterday, the offense didn't win in that game.
I watched quite a bit of that game.
Caleb Williams and Bo Nix were both terrible yesterday.
Yeah, Caleb Williams did not look good yesterday. He did not.
That's the difference between the preseason and the regular season. The Red Sox, the Patriots were right to sit that guy yesterday. And in the early season, you don't throw a rookie out there specifically because of what you saw yesterday.
Yes.
The Patriots made the right call. You don't play Drake May yet. Not a chance.
No, and I don't know anything about that game that would make you think that. They didn't pass block well. They don't win that game with Drake May. Because Brissett didn't turn the ball over. That's the difference in the game.
And that's why they got him. They got him.
Exactly. He did exactly what he was supposed to do.
Over.
Right. I mean, listen, there was 121 yards receiving yesterday.
Very narrow path to winning if you're the Patriots, and they managed to walk it yesterday. Good for them. And may do it again this weekend.
They very well could. Seattle coming across the country. Seattle did not look like world beaters yesterday. Seattle did not look good. So that is a very real possibility. All right, we'll continue. We'll continue to break down the receiving room the entire day. You Patriots fans are something.
Jesus, are you wrong? My God, what's wrong with you?
I'm not.
My Lord, what's wrong with you? You're so negative.
That's unfair. I couldn't be more positive. I'm telling you, I've been positive today. I'm very positive. That was a game no one thought they were going to win. We had a guy from Cincinnati who used to work here say 14 points.
Yep.
I mean, listen, it's a great win.
Oh,
it's
that's
a great
right.
Win.
We're supposed to have that guy come back on, and
he's going to eat crow.
Eat crow. No offense, John.
It's cannibalism. All right, very good. We will be back in just a moment, and we will have all that for you. Here are the headlines.
Sports Hub headlines.
Ramondre Stevenson ran for 120 yards and a touchdown. Patriots won their regular season opener 16-10 in Cincinnati. The home opener is next this Sunday against Seattle. Seahawks won yesterday 26-20 over Denver. Red Sox are beaten by the White Sox yesterday 7-2. They'll play Baltimore tonight. In college football news, Boston College is 2-0, and they're ranked 24th in the nation in the latest AP Top 25 poll. They have to visit number 6 Missouri this Saturday. Sports Hub headlines are powered by the commuter rail. Heading to Sunday's home opener, get there without the traffic torment and just take the train from Boston or Providence to Foxborough for $10 round trip. Get tickets now at the M-Ticket app. I'm John Wallach at Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 7 o'clock.
turns the corner. Finger roll is up and good. Score to the foul.
Listen to home of the Boston Celtics, 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Dutcher and Hardy, the reviews are in.
I got to stay on talk about you. Give me about 5 minutes of my time.
What he said. Now more of on the Sports Hub.
Bob Sosi with Scott Zolak. Today we are back for season number 12. It's a new era for this New England Patriots franchise. Brissett takes the snap. He's going to go to the 20, to the 15. First and goal to go.
And Ramondre takes it in. Touchdown! Impeccable decision-making with the throws.
Burrow takes the snap, drops back, throw to the middle, and it's stopped by the tight end. And it's scooped up by the Patriots.
Go! This is great hustle by Duggar. Big play.
And again, Ramondre Stevenson, the single back behind Jacoby Brissett. Starts right, cuts it back to the inside, and he's going to nearly skip away from a defender, but he picks up a first down nonetheless.
It's over. Put him in bubble wrap. See you next Sunday with Seattle at home.
Today, a well-managed game by Mayo with his staff as Brissett takes the knee for the final time, and it's a 16-10 victory in Cincinnati over the Bengals.
It's a great start for everybody. Good start for us. We go back home 1-0 for the home opener. That's a hell of a job.
Oh, ODB. You know, his kid's now touring with Wu-Tang Clan. Looks
nice.
very similar to him. You can tell it's his son. They look very similar. All right, the Patriots, again, I'm saying this. Who would have thought going into Cincinnati and winning 16-10, Jacoby Brissett did not like to throw the forward pass, but he did not turn the ball over. There were opportunistic takeaways from the Patriots defense. The offensive line looked good run blocking. I mean, Brissett got hit a lot, but nonetheless, they couldn't pass block, and that could be a problem into the future, but it was not on Sunday. They were able to take that win, and it's exciting. It's exciting that a growing team, a team that is rebuilding, starting from the nuts and bolts with the players that either are going to be gone or are part of the future, have now begun the season 1-0. And depended on the Jets game tonight, in a game the Jets are not favored in, the Patriots could be not in last place in the AFC East.
That's right. We'll get to the other teams in the AFC East when we go around the NFL, but there's still more to cover from this 16-10 win over the Bengals. Again, let's remind ourselves, 16-10, it was a tight game, and it was almost a lot tighter after this particular play got overturned.
Second down and 10 from the 15. Shotgun snap. Burrow stands in, lobs the throw. Back corner right for Gesicki. Leaps. Comes down the far pylon. He made the catch. Touchdown, Cincinnati.
It's a hell of a throw. Hell of a throw. Coverage is there, but you get the height disadvantage with the 6'6" tight end. And that's what we envisioned Mike Gesicki to do. Be a red zone threat where you can throw the ball up high in the corner, back end line, and go get it.
A year ago, he had only 2 touchdown catches as a Patriot. That's the kind of play he would make with fairly regularity as a Miami Dolphin.
Yep. Oh, you're so right, Bob, because it wasn't a touchdown. And he would make plays like this a lot, but they were almost really good. And you had that pang of regret. You're like, oh, Gesicki, how come? Oh, we know why, because it didn't hold up.
Kyle Duggar with the coverage for the Pats. However, McPherson comes on for the point after try in search of the tie.
After reviewing the play, the ruling is incomplete pass. Third down.
That's. Did anyone think that was an incomplete pass during the replays?
No, you had to slow it down frame by frame and go, oh yeah, the ball moved a little bit when he came down.
That's such a dumb rule. I mean, I'm glad it happened.
I thought they got that one right.
No, they did by the
but in real time,
letter of the law.
In real time.
You said on replay. On replay, I thought it was incomplete. Yeah.
I think that you could have gone either way on that call.
No, I in real time I thought it was a touchdown, but on replay I could see it. Yeah. I thought it was an incomplete pass.
Okay. Well, did the ball juggled?
Yes, it did.
Yeah, but that's a dumb rule.
Clearly.
You don't like that rule.
Of course not, but these are the rules we're forced to live under.
Why is that a rule? It's going to bite every team in the ass.
It took them a decade to figure out what a catch is. I mean, now at least we have a definitive rule.
Yeah, I just remember when they called that against the tight end, that tight end with the long name for the Jets. They bobbled it and everyone's like, what's going on?
In midair, crossing the goal line.
Yeah,
he bobbled it and landed out of bounds, so it wasn't a touchdown. I remember that.
Well, the Patriots weren't out of the woods after the touchdown got overturned. The Bengals were still threatening to score, but it was Kyle Duggar and Jack Jones to the rescue.
Officially a 3rd down and 11 with Chase to split to
Marcus
the left.
Jones, excuse me.
Meanwhile, 2 receivers to the right for Burrow. He's got a tight end hanging out on the right as well with Moss to the quarterback's left. Burrow takes the snap, drops back, 5-man rush, throw to the middle, and it's caught by the tight end. It's Hakeem Lewis, and it's scooped up by the Patriots. Running down the right side, 10-15, Marcus Jones spun out of bounds on the far side after the completion to Tanner Hudson, who was seemingly on his way to a score for Cincinnati as the ball was not free.
It was
a great play.
It was a great play.
Fantastic.
Great play. I mean, the fact that you got away with one with the Gesicki pass, which was a great pass, and it was a great play that Gesicki made, but incomplete. You got the feeling you got away with one there. To have the Bengals receiver there trying to stretch like 4 yards from the goal line. I don't know what you're doing there. I mean, it's being reckless and careless with the football, and if a team is going to do that, you need to make them pay for it, and Kyle Duggar made them pay.
Yeah, Cincinnati played very poorly yesterday. I'm not taking anything away from the Patriots, believe me, but their punt returner was terrible with the turnover, and he was bad all game. He seemed to be on another planet. That was a terrible turnover. They couldn't run the ball. They couldn't stop the run. You had legitimately Chase pouting to the degree that there were too many men on the field during a punt because he wouldn't come off the field. What are you pouting about? Then just continue your holdout.
All the Patriots did was not do anything drastic or dumb. That's all they did.
Which if Cincinnati, and again, this has nothing to do with the Patriots. Let's just for 2 seconds focus on Cincinnati.
Yeah.
If you're doing Cincinnati radio today, that if you are at home and you're supposed to be a Super Bowl contender and a bad team comes in and just doesn't do anything wrong, they don't throw the ball but they cause a turnover in your end on a punt return, and they get a turnover on your goal line, and you can't do anything in between that. That's just a team that wasn't prepared, and that's just looks like a bad team. And they got to handle that Jamar Chase situation because that's going to be a big issue. If he came into the first game pouting, Lord knows what he's going to be doing.
Soon. You got to take care of it soon.
Yeah, I don't know what you got to do. If you're not going to pay him, trade him. I mean, you really can't, but I mean, go ahead. Trade him for pennies on the dollar. That's such a cheap organization.
Finally, to wrap up the game last night, the Bengals did make it a one-score game again with about 6:14 left in the fourth, 16-10, and then it was a real punt fest, back and forth. And that when the Patriots had the ball, 2:13 left on the clock, but a lot of timeouts, still had the 2-minute warning. There was still
they punted. Cincinnati decided to punt. They had a 4th and short. And they decided to punt because they had a couple timeouts left in the 2-minute warning.
Yes.
So that's the situation. The Patriots got the ball back.
And they got the ball back, and what did they do? They gave the ball to Ramondre Stevenson.
Stevenson has fumbled once today. He got it back himself. He's behind Brissett, who's under center. Hooper, one of 2 tight ends, right. Henry to the left. And given to Ramondre, starts right, cuts it back to the inside, and he's going to nearly slip away from a defender, but he picks up a first down nonetheless. He gets to the Cincinnati 44. He was in the grasp of a defensive back, Cam Taylor-Britt, a cornerback, and Ramondre, although he couldn't slip away altogether for a touchdown run, he nonetheless has a first down run.
If you're a defensive back in that situation, tackle him. Don't reach for the ball when the guy's bigger than you. And that's what he did. So Ramondre's like, okay, I'll just fall over backwards and get a first down because you're not tackling.
That was the most impressive thing the Patriots did all day, is when they got the ball back in that situation and just ran it down their throat and they couldn't stop them.
Yep.
That's making a statement. And that's an offensive line that was supposed to be a disaster.
Well, did you see what happened to the starting left tackle, Okorafor?
Yeah.
He lasted a dozen plays, and then Mayo was like, well, you're not good, took him out, and the offensive line immediately got better.
Yeah, they can't pass block, but, I mean, that was a big statement there at the end of the game with Stevenson being able to do that, and that was refreshing. That was actually kind of cool. All right, we'll be back in just a moment. Scotty Scheffler has started a real problem with prima donnas, and we will explain that in just a moment.
WBZ FM and HD Boston 98.5, the Sports Hub, a Beasley Media Group station. Sports Hub headlines.
The Patriots got 120 yards rushing and a touchdown from Amandre Stevenson, 2.5 sacks from Keon White, forced a pair of turnovers, and pulled a huge upset on opening day, 16-10 in Cincinnati. It's a step forward for Jacoby Brissett and his team.
You know, we said it before the game. It's like it's going to be a certain point in the game where we're just going to overpower them. You know, we're going to just outcondition them and do all the little things right more than them because of all the work that we put in.
Joey Sly added 3 field goals in the win, which was the Patriots' first in Week 1 since 2020. They play the home opener Sunday against Seattle. The Seahawks are also 1-0. They beat Denver 26-20 on the West Coast yesterday. In other NFL news, Tyreek Hill caught 7 passes for 130 yards and a touchdown. Miami came back to beat Jacksonville 20-17. But before the game, Hill was detained, cited for reckless driving, and released. And one of the officers involved was placed on administrative duty soon afterwards. Dallas quarterback Dak Prescott led his team to a 33-17 win in Cleveland yesterday. Before kickoff, he signed a 4-year, $160 million contract extension. The Red Sox are beaten by the Chicago White Sox at Fenway yesterday, 7-2. Red Sox take 2 out of 3. They're still only 4 games out of a wild card spot, but they're also a half a game behind Detroit and Seattle. They host Baltimore tonight. In college football news, Boston College is 2-0, and they're ranked 24th in the country in the latest AP Top 25 poll. The bad news is they have to visit number 6 Missouri on Saturday, and top seed Yannick Sinner beat American Taylor Fritz in straight sets to win his second major yesterday, the U.S. Open tennis tournament. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by the Zoll Law Group. Many employees face unfair treatment, discrimination, and even wage theft by their employer. If this is happening to you, you better call Zoll. The Zoll Law Group specializes in employment law. For a free consult, call 351-CALL-ZOLL. That's 351-CALL, S-Z-A-L. Online at callzoll.com. I'm John Wallach at Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 7:30.
Here we go.
Boom. I win. Boom. Yeah. Hit somebody.
We've got a passion for Boston sports.
Get angry.
98.5 The Sports Hub. In the office, in your car, in your footy pajamas, this is how Boston sports fans start their day.
I bet you're just jealous.
Dutcher and Hardy on 98.5 The Sports Hub.
All right, Greeny, a short time ago, police detained Dolphins wide receiver Tyreek Hill on his way into the stadium for what I'm told was a moving violation. He happened to be with his agent, Drew Rosenhaus, at the time, and Drew Rosenhaus says that Tyreek Hill will be playing. But there is the video of Tyreek Hill being led away in handcuffs there with police on the way to the Jaguars game this morning. But again, we emphasize here that his agent, Drew Rosenhaus, has said that Tyreek Hill will play today's game. But this is obviously a very interesting incident on the way to the game today, Greeny.
Yes. Yeah. We are Toucher and Hardy. Brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more with FanDuel. And you can watch us on YouTube. That's a very big thing. It was very funny when they went to ESPN, when they went to the studio. And it was like Brewski and all those guys. They were, because he got arrested at like 10 in the morning. And it was pretty funny that they just they can't say anything and they can't speculate anything. So they were like, I guess, Teddy, you used to go into the games a lot. And he'd be like, yeah, when you're going to the games, everyone's trying to get to the game on time. That's exactly what he said. And they're like, because what is he going to say? And then they're like, yeah, and there's a lot of presence. And he's like, yeah, there's a lot of security and everyone's trying to get to the game. And
Brewski, you drove a car. Yeah, I got my license and everything.
Brewski, you've had, listen, how many cops you fought back in the day? So Tyreek Hill gets arrested, and based on his past, you're like, this is a Scotty Scheffler type. Domestic assault convictions, child abuse investigations, assault investigations, paternity lawsuits.
Yeah, just another ne'er-do-well, just like Scotty Scheffler.
Yeah, so,
I know what you're doing. Go ahead, do it.
Yeah, so Scotty Scheffler, this is the new thing, is that these guys like Scotty Scheffler and Tyreek Hill, these scofflaws, they end up thinking that they're the be all end alls. And when they're coming into their places of business, they don't think the laws apply to them.
And they wind up skating. You know?
Well, we'll see. Yeah, I mean, Tyreek Hill's going to end up skating because this actually sounds like it might be fishy because I'll believe the football player over the golfer any day of the week.
I know you will. Now, why was he handcuffed? All right, and he was asked.
Why do you believe the police put you in handcuffs?
I have no idea, for real. No idea, man. It's crazy. No idea. It wasn't disrespectful, because my mom didn't raise me that way. Didn't cuss.
I don't know if you guys have it, but Drew Rosenhaus also was talking about this.
Oh yeah, we have it.
Okay, you do have it.
He was great.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
You want it right now?
Yeah, I just played Drewy Rosenhaus. So Drew Rosenhaus' agent.
Jeff Darlington, same guy on the scene. Scotty Scheffler's
they made that point several times, that Jeff Darlington, but he did not look nearly as hungover, so not as hard a night for him as it was.
It's a heartbreaking situation. Obviously, I love Tyreek. I hated to see him in the situation he was in. Apparently, he got a ticket for moving violation entering the stadium in handcuffs and being held on the ground with police is mind-boggling to me. Tyreek has told me over and over he's a big supporter of police. He was telling the police there, I want to be a police officer in the future, but this is crazy. I've never seen anything like this.
Really?
I want to be a firefighter. I want to be an astronaut.
Yeah, huh?
Well, that or a cowboy. But I will tell you this, or a cowboy lawyer. I'm going to guess his past charges and criminal background would preclude him from being a police officer.
Well, wait, if you threaten the mother of your child and you, on decent amount of evidence that you broke your own 3-year-old son's arm, which is nothing to laugh at. I mean, Tyreek Hill is garbage.
Well,
I'll
he was
never, ever root for that guy based on what he. I'm pretty sure, just in my heart, he did to, domestic with the domestic violence.
Okay, wait, listen. Do you think it's just that easy to get kicked out of Oklahoma State for disciplinary reasons? I mean, Oklahoma State is a bastion of that is a blue blood school.
Yeah. So
you think it's just that easy?
Those things might.
I always wanted to be a police officer, which is odd because I have said that in the one time in my life where there's twice. One time in my life where I was certain I was getting arrested. I had been cuffed. I was like gonna get arrested. They went into my car because I had been smoking cloves because I had run out of cigarettes at a friend of mine's parents' house, and they had cloves. So they asked if they could search my car for drugs. When they were in there, what I was using at a wallet for a wallet at the time was my grandfather's brother's old New York City police badge, but it didn't have the badge in it anymore. It was just the like leather part of it.
Yeah.
And it had like New York City police like written on it. And they saw that and they're like, "Where did you get this?" And I said, "My father was a New York City police officer." And they were like, "Oh." And they're like, "Why are you not a police officer?" And I'm like, "I couldn't handle it. Like, I really wanted to do it, but I don't think I'm brave enough." And this, that, and the third. And I don't know what it was, but they let me go. And now they followed me all the way back several miles to where I was going.
Yeah.
But they did let me go.
Okay.
And so I have used that excuse. So let's not dismiss it so quickly. But Tyreek Hill, yes. I have a feeling he mouthed off. But there have been things that have happened since this, Hardy, that might, in all seriousness, point to Tyreek's innocence.
Well, the Miami-Dade Police Department has placed an officer on administrative leave after the incident yesterday. It wasn't just Tyreek Hill, but it was a teammate. One of his teammates who came out to support him was also handcuffed. And now Miami-Dade is saying, we might have a cop here who's a little maybe stepping over the line.
Overzealous?
Maybe a little bit.
Yeah, but you couldn't do that during the soccer match when you just let everyone crawl in through the ducts. And remember that?
Same building.
Yep.
And
they had what, the friendly or whatever the hell, or the Copa something.
Yes.
They had some soccer match where they just had people literally crawling through like the air ducts and like just. And people that had paid $10,000 for a ticket just couldn't get in.
Stuck outside.
Because everyone just bum rushed it. That they allow. But pulling into the stadium.
Okay.
And this isn't a guy like Scheffler who's silver spoon his whole life, just yelling and screaming as evidenced with the body cam footage.
Okay, two things. Number one, all right? I want to get to both of these. Number one, Scotty Scheffler, Tyreek Hill, both same thing. I have no idea what was yes, you do. Scheffler knows why he got arrested, and Tyreek Hill knows why he got handcuffed. For Scheffler, it was because he
was white.
He kept driving, even though there was a guy at his window telling him to stop. And for Tyreek Hill, he was running his mouth and saying all kinds of stuff. They know it. I know it. We all know it. Okay?
Yeah, but there's running your mouth, and then there's cuffing the guy.
Fred, there's driving 3 miles an hour and then going to jail for it, which is what happened to Scotty Scheffler.
He was
both
obstinate,
ridiculous.
and he had guns.
Okay, stop. The other thing,
and warrants.
The other thing, I will give the guy on scene at the PGA Championship at Valhalla, as you remember where it was being contested.
Yeah, over there in Louisville.
I'll give that guy a pass. I don't know who Scotty Scheffler is. What do I care? The guy kept driving. I have a fellow peace officer telling me he ran him over. I'm going to take him to jail. How are you a cop outside of the football stadium and you don't know Tyreek Hill and whatever is going on, whatever level of anxiety he might be at? As a cop, you don't have it in your skill set to say, calm down. I am going to write you a ticket, and then you're going to go, but it won't go any further than that.
Yeah.
Instead, out on the ground, face down, handcuffs. Of course he knows who Tyreek Hill is. You understand the situation. He's just going in there. This isn't. Now, he is a criminal, but he wasn't engaged in criminal activity at this moment.
He's a free man.
I mean, as a cop in both these situations, shouldn't you have some understanding of what just happened here wasn't, to the level of handcuff, in Scheffler's case, arrest, in Tyreek Hill's case, handcuffed on the ground, level of criminality? Well, as a cop, how can you not, understand that in the moment, especially in Tyreek Hill's case? I can't believe it. I'm on the side of Tyreek Hill.
I'm proud of you because what I was certain, and I'm sure you were too, John.
Yes.
Is that Hardy was going to come in here and do his typical thing. Oh, poor Scotty Scheffler. Good that they arrested Tyreek Hill.
Yes, that is what I'm.
That would follow his usual logic.
Correct.
Yeah.
No.
But at least I think he's been pressured to be even-handed. You should have seen the text he was sending yesterday.
I think major progress has been made this morning. Good for you.
Absolutely.
Some of it, too, is I think where these guys are cops. Because you've heard, Fred, I'm sure you know, people in law enforcement around here. And And I heard one of them say it's like if you're a Boston cop, you have to eat so much crap. You have to deal with so much nonsense and listen to people run their mouths all the time. And sometimes you get somebody on a bad day and you might end up arresting somebody. But for the most part, in those situations, it's Sunday morning in Miami. It's a football game. Was he driving 110 miles an hour, knocking over pylons, or was he going a little too fast? How can you not gather yourself and calm yourself down as the cop in that incident to say, all right, this guy's a piece of crap. I know it, but I'm certainly not going to put him in handcuffs and throw him on the ground. Not with one, but two players. The other guy who came out. Yeah, he kept him.
Well, that's what really seals it.
He kept approaching. I told him to get back, and he wouldn't get back. Okay, so you handcuff him and arrest him too? You don't know he's another player? I mean, you don't understand the difference between a guy who's a jerk and a guy who is endangering you and other police officers?
Well, to add to your point, in all seriousness, I guess it wasn't just Tyreek Hill. He wasn't even running late. First of all, if you're Drew Rosenhaus, why are you letting him drive? Why are you not all right, dude, I'm going to drive you to the game today? But apparently it's whenever all the players were getting there. So, the idea. So I'm with you with I don't even know what Tyreek Hill did. Maybe he even did deserve to get who knows? But the other guy that gets out of the car, at that point, maybe everyone should just go all these guys are Dolphins. They're right in front of the stadium. Maybe this should all be done. But listen, Tyreek Hill doesn't garner a lot of sympathy from me.
Well,
it also it can't be a profiling situation because again I guess it could be, but I mean if they're going into a football stadium and it's all the players going in, so you would assume that they knew he was a football player.
I would think. I
mean he's the most famous football player on that team.
Yes. By
far. I guess Tua, maybe.
I know, but I don't.
Tua was there 8 hours before just studying film.
I think if you're just taking a poll of like random NFL fans, I think Tyreek Hill is more recognizable than Tua.
No, easily.
So
yeah,
your original statement was right.
He's unusual looking too, Tyreek Hill. Like I'm not kidding. Like he's got an unusual look to him.
He's got a distinctive look to him.
Yes, he's got an unusual look to him.
So,
like a guy who played at West Alabama.
Is he going to press charges? Is he going to go after the police department?
I don't think so.
Well, let's see.
So when I left home, I told my wife, I was like, babe, I'm finna go to work, and I'm finna get prepared
have sex
for
with
my
another woman.
day. Little did I know, that was quite a surprise on the way, man.
Tyreek, what happened this morning?
You know what? I'm not going to comment on any of that, man. Like, whenever stuff come out, we just...
best in the nation.
We the best in the nation, man. But look, like I said, I'm not going to comment on that. We just going to let bygones be bygones, move on and learn from it. That's it.
All right, bygones be bygones. So I wouldn't be expecting any civil lawsuit or anything else against the police.
Nope. I'm sure he's a man true to his word.
We'll see.
He's not going to do it.
He's not suing. He's not getting involved in that. If I'm Tyreek Hill, I'm not doing anything. He's got priors and everything. I'm not.
If
I'm not
he
getting
literally did nothing, got hauled out of his car, thrown down face first on the pavement, and handcuffed, and he did nothing. You don't think he would pursue some litigation against the police department?
To what end, though? Seriously, convince me. To what end?
I don't know. Money, reputation, you name it.
What kind of money do you think you're getting for that?
For the principle of the matter.
No, I don't think he would do that.
Okay, well.
Also, if I'm Tyreek Hill,
I don't think he would do it if he did something to
No.
even a little bit deserve getting hauled out of his car.
And also, if I'm Tyreek Hill, maybe I don't want to push things with law enforcement. Yeah. What was the last time he got in trouble? It was this year. According, you want me to go to his Wikipedia? This year,
wasn't that long ago.
I can tell you, it was right here. His legal troubles are a lot. Yeah, 2024, he was sued by if this is civil, by Sophie Hall, alleging that he had broken her leg during a football lesson at his house.
Yes.
When he invited her to run offensive drills against him.
That's right. This is a woman who's not his wife, by the way.
The suit said she held her own on a couple plays, frustrating him. For one hard play caused a fracture. All right, that's not. That sounds a little odd. That doesn't sound like an open and shut case by any means.
Interesting.
Just
doing
sounds,
drills.
Yeah, that there's
Instagram model Sophie Hall.
I'd have to see a little more evidence on that. Let's just choose to say innocent until proven guilty on that one. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that anyone's right or anyone's wrong, but that sounds a little like I can't just make a snap judgment on that one.
Yeah.
They were she was holding her own in football. They were doing football drills, which is funny. She was holding her own against Tyreek Hill, who could possibly be one of the 10 fastest people on the planet. And also no shortage of muscles. Joe, go ahead.
Morning, gentlemen.
Hey,
we never got to see the Instagram content of that broken leg. You'd think she would have had a camera rolling if they were actually running drills. But
absolutely.
Tyreek Hill had a $300,000 Rolls-Royce SUV. It's not exactly like a guy zipping a red light, and he was outside the stadium, and he was wearing probably a $95,000 diamond chain as if they didn't know who he was. So even handcuffing him may have tried to calm the situation if he was getting unruly, but they did release him and let him play. So that's sort of them admitting that it couldn't have possibly been as bad as it lended itself to. That's all I got, fellas.
Yeah, I agree. This is no Scheffler situation.
Not a Rolls-Royce SUV.
A Bentley.
No, a McLaren 720.
Of course.
Oh.
Yeah, it was a sports car.
Mm-hmm.
It was, yeah.
Oh.
0 to 60 in 2.8 seconds.
What? Oh, my God.
Again, if you're Rosenhaus, are you getting in a car with Tyreek Hill driving something of that power?
Probably don't even feel it either. You're doing a $110. How fast are we going?
No, you want to feel it. in that thing.
Oh man.
You want it to, it's, because I used to have a IROC Z. They do this same thing. That Bronco, 0 to 60, couple minutes. You don't worry about it. All right. Mike Dussault has been run afoul of the police several times. He's going to come on to talk about his unsuccessful lawsuits against the Concord Police Department. We'll talk to him in just a moment.
Stay tuned for more Toucher and Hardy on the Sports Hub.
off as Brissett takes the knee for the final time in the first game under head coach Gerard Mayo. And it's a 16-10 victory in Cincinnati over the Bengals.
Hey, it's a great start for everybody. Good start for us. We go back home 1-0 for the home opener. If you had a chance to be 2-0 to come out of the gate after all the questions, we knew they'd be okay on defense. Offense, we had no idea what they were going to be. That's a hell of a job by Alex Van Pelt and this offense today.
Shut up. Shush. Shush.
It was so believable when Fred heard the opening guitar riff. Oh, F yeah.
If I go crazy, will you be my Superman? Who can't relate to this song? If I'm 11, where will you be holding my hand? It's about love, man.
You know who can relate to it? And this isn't just a clever segue. Mike Dussault, because you should know, Fred, not only Patriots.com, hockey referee, accomplished guitarist.
No.
He's a musician.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you this, Mike. How many times have you sat down to play Kryptonite by Three Doors Down and just said, okay, you win?
A lot of power chords. I don't know. I'm not a virtuoso. I can strum some tunes on the acoustic guitar. I think Hardy's maybe playing my guitar skills up a tiny bit, though.
Yeah. Yeah. Don't even, like, because if you even try to play Kryptonite by Three Doors Down,
well, yeah. Good
you
luck.
Might break your left hand.
Good luck untying the fingers on your left hand. Yeah, you just can't.
Well, yeah. I mean, you want a little, Shimmer by Fuel from the '90s. I mean, that's kind of my wheelhouse.
Well, don't get me started on Fuel because I don't know why I seriously don't know. They were the biggest band on the radio. I was on one of the bigger alternative stations in the country. We played them more than any other band. Why are they not famous still? That doesn't make sense to me. I'm being dead serious.
Cocaine.
No, I know.
Shredded his voice.
Well, the Red Hot Chili Peppers. Oh, he did. Oh, he shredded his voice. Okay, because the Red Hot. Well, Anthony Kiedis could never sing. They're big heroin addicts, and they still. And Kiedis dating 17-year-olds and stuff. He's just flying around doing all kinds of stuff, and they're still getting their songs played. All right, Mike Dussault is a rock and roll historian. He specializes on Korn and that era of music. He is a writer and content producer for Patriots.com. He joins us on the Volkswagen Dealers Expert Hotline.
Specializing in Bakersfield new metal.
There you go.
Cool.
Specific.
That's what
Specific
you did your
niche.
dissertation on.
Well,
Okay.
POD, I mean, also from that area. And they were religious. All right, so here's the deal. So you watched this game yesterday, and what going in? We talked to you a lot going into it, but did you give them any chance going into this game, the Patriots?
I mean, my predictions were all for the Bengals. I think once T. Higgins was out, and you knew Jamar Chase, I guess, ate some bad Chipotle or something, that he was going to be limited even more so than only having 3 practices. So I gave him a chance. I thought that they'd be, inside the margin of the spread, but I think it was just an example yesterday of when you play good, clean football, you play good defense, you run the ball, things all kind of go your way. I mean, that seems like that was the formula they've been trying to win with. So, it's a big win for them, a great way to, get off to a good start.
Okay, so the offensive line, everyone, you, Perillo, Reese, even maybe, I won't go as far as Reese. Everyone was saying that the offensive line had looked terrible during all of the preseason. What did you see from them yesterday? What were they good at? What did they struggle with? Can you get positionally specific with some people?
And just real quickly, because I know Perillo made it a point of not only not saying that, Fred, he never said they were good, but he said they're fine. It's an offensive line. I don't think Paul ever was on record as saying
I was just under the impression when he came in and said that they were that the team was terrible, that he also meant the offensive line. But okay.
But go ahead.
Yeah, I thought they held up okay. I mean, looking at, some of the stats, I mean, they were under pressure on nearly 50% of their dropbacks, which is, a lot. And I mean, credit to Jacoby Brissett. I thought he, moved well in the pocket. He was able to avoid some of that pressure. They prevented it from causing a mistake. They almost had one interception in the past. It seems like that's a ball that probably gets picked off. So, I think it was okay. It held up, but I definitely think it needs to be better. You can't be under that much pressure and expect to not make mistakes going forward. So, I think that, like I said, I think they threaded the needle with all this stuff, all their weaknesses. They kind of were able to hide those things. They were able to get some big runs at the end that hid some of their lack of production in the passing game. So it all kind of went right yesterday. But I definitely think there are things that they're going to have to clean up and certainly get better at if they're going to, continue to win games like this.
Well, Mike, from an X's and O's standpoint, what could the Bengals defense have done differently? Because obviously, if you're doing, a 6-man offensive line, that's taking something away from your offense, and it should allow the defense an opening to do something. Why couldn't the Patriots or anyone else continue to do that? Because a defense would then be able to, or should be able to, do what?
Well, I mean, they should have been able to take the ball away. I think that, it's similar to what the Patriots defense did last year, where they had games like this where, you gave up 16 points. You're like, we think we should win the game if we only give up 16 points. Wow. So I think the big change was just, like I said, the simple fact that the Patriots didn't make those stupid mistakes. They didn't make the fumbles that they were, making last year in bunches. And that really, I think, defined this game. Was just that, I think, Hardy, remember last year we said it a bunch. Like, it always felt like the last couple of years, Patriots needed kind of a narrow path to victory. They weren't going to get behind and come back. They weren't going to get in a big shootout. But when they get the lead and the game kind of plays into their hands, they're able to execute it. So I think it was a little bit of a Bill Belichick kind of tribute gem there. But again, it's a really hard way to live if they don't start to improve, if they don't start to really get their wide receivers and push the ball down the field a little bit.
How do you think Keon White looked? Let me rephrase. Keon White looked far better beyond anyone's expectations. What do you attribute that to?
Honestly, I say this as somebody who hates being on the pump the brakes a little bit on Keon White guy going into the season. I thought he was really solid. I thought one of the 3 sacks he was involved in, that, he really defeated the guard and, was able to make the play. I thought the other ones were really more about the team rush. So I think he's really disruptive inside. That's where he's at his best. Anybody who was expecting him to be Matthew Judon off the edge and have all these moves, even Keon White would have told you this summer. He said it, explicitly that, I rush well from the inside. I need to develop coming from the outside. So I just thought overall the team rushed well. But again, like, just for comparison's sake, I talk about Patriots being under duress almost half the time. For all the good that the Patriots defense did, their pressure rate was 17%. So they weren't getting consistent pressure. Part of that was the plan, I think, with Burrow, as it was 2 years ago when they played him, to, not be too aggressive, rush 4, stay in our lanes, try to make them take the checkdowns. And, this year it worked. 2 years ago, we threw for 375 yards. So I think it was a good plan. I think they executed it well, but I really credit the whole defense for just how they all played together. And, Keon White, I thought, just by being a solid part of that upfront pass rush, was able to capitalize on, a couple sacks that kind of fell right into his lap.
The other big story was the secondary and Christian Gonzalez. Obviously, we spoke to you and a lot of other people about how he didn't exactly look great during the month of August. But yesterday, I thought he did okay on Jamar Chase. The one deep ball Chase caught was during zone, when the Patriots were in zone and not man. Gonzalez held up.
Yeah, he did. It shows his athleticism. He's able to run with these guys, and that's just, what makes him special. And, there's a handful of guys, him and, I throw Drake May in the mix. When they were on the field this summer, it's like, look, these guys, they move different. They're special athletes, and that's what Christian Gonzalez is. I think he probably gets a little bit of a bad rap sometimes just because he's a quiet guy. He's not that, Sauce Gardner, fiery Ty Law type that, is going to be in your face and talking all through the game. So, he's a silent assassin, and I think yesterday, not a lot of targets, not a lot of opportunities, but look, it's just going to get harder. We got, DK Metcalf coming up. You got Garrett Wilson. It's just getting going now. So I think we're going to be in for a good season from Gonzalez, but he's got have a lot of tests coming up.
Yeah, he did a very good job seemingly on Jamar Chase, but Jamar Chase also was throwing a tantrum for the second half of that game. Again, not getting off the field on a couple of occasions, including one time where they had to call too many men on the field penalty on a punt because he was sulking his way off the field before he couldn't get off by the time the ball was snapped, which is really making a statement. I don't even know why he played, but okay. I know it's not an easy answer, but if you had to rate it, how much of this was the Patriots winning and how much of this was the Bengals losing?
I give the Patriots a lot of credit in this one. I don't think it was a story of the Bengals mistakes really being the only reason the Patriots were, able to squeak it out. I just looked to the end of the game, getting a defensive stop when, let's face it, like it felt like all the momentum was going towards the Bengals. I mean, we were all just like, oh man, here comes Joe Burrow time. But the defense did their job at the end. They stepped up, they got a stop, they forced a punt. And then, we saw that before the last couple of years where the defense does their job, the offense comes out and punts it right back to them. And then, credit really, Ramondre Stevenson, I think you got to highlight him as, dragging some guys and making that last drive happen and picking up a couple first downs. So, it's a back and forth game. It's a game, we know that every year. It's going to be a couple scores, a couple plays that really define the game. So, I'm going to give the Patriots credit in this one because I thought, especially what they did at the end, stepping up, closing it out. All three phases contributed. Nobody made that killer mistake. So I think it was a team win, that the Patriots can take credit for and feel good about.
Yeah, we hadn't mentioned Ramondre Stevenson yet with you. We were talking about him a lot earlier. and quite frankly,
Sure.
Mike,
I'm just kidding.
All right, I didn't even know who that was. I had to look him up real quick. No, but Stevenson and Gerard Mayo and really the whole coaching staff, if you want to give credit somewhere, yeah, the Bengals look like maybe they look past the Patriots a little bit, but credit where it's due to Ramondre Stevenson, Gerard Mayo, and the coaching staff for having a game plan that, in this case, yesterday, worked. And I think for the most part, they executed it way better than I would have expected for a first-time head coach in his first game.
I just think during a rebuild, I think every win and even every positive play even that you get is just worth so much. It's worth its weight in gold. You could see last night the reaction of the Patriots players, how they, giving Mayo the Gatorade bath. I just think that you don't know how many wins they're going to get this year. And it was a great first win, but just to have a little bit of validation after an offseason where, look, we're all over them constantly. That's how it goes here. But to go out and just, see the team kind of play in a way that they looked really well coached. They weren't killing themselves. They were doing the little things necessary to win the game. It's a great reflection on the start that they've got. Now they got to keep it going. We might forget about this game by the end of the season if they don't, take some of the successful lessons from this one and continue to build off of it. But I agree, Hardy. I think you got to give a lot of credit to Mayo. Had a physical camp. They were in pads a lot. I thought the Patriots, especially on defense, looked ready to play. They looked in condition. They didn't look like they were having trouble tackling. So I just thought for a first game under a new regime, it was just a really, positive and validating type of win. But again, it's only going to get harder from here, so they got to build on it.
All right, Mike Dussault, thank you so much for the time, sir.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
All right, we appreciate it. How pissed is Belichick, by the way? Oh, boy. Because he's got to watch these games because of all his jobs he's not good at now. He's got to be so pissed.
Well, we got the report over the weekend that he's already planning to.
Oh, yeah. Can we talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, we will.
Well,
picking and choosing where he's going to go.
Yeah. All right, let's get to that coming up. Also, your friend Tommy Brady was on TV yesterday. I think a lot of us probably watched at least the beginning of that wonderful game in Cleveland.
As much as I could take of it.
Tom Brady, I don't know if you think this too, and I don't want to cast aspersions, but I believe that man's had facial plastic surgery. I think that he has had some work done.
It looks like he's got that Joan Rivers. It looks like it's painful to speak, to move the jaw up and down.
I don't know.
Skin is very tight.
He became obsessed at some point with his face.
Mm-hmm.
And the lots of they've shaved bones in his face, and also the Botox. He gets Botox so often that I've never seen him be able to move his forehead. And then I started looking at the play-by-play guy because they went to the booth a million times.
Yeah.
And the play-by-play guy looked fine.
Yeah.
And his forehead was moving all over the place.
Kevin Burkhardt, yes.
Yeah, whoever's not Buck and Aikman anymore.
Okay.
All right, we'll be back in just a moment.
Sports Hub headlines.
Patriots begin their regular season with a huge upset. They won in Cincinnati yesterday, 16-10. Ramondre Stevenson, 120 yards rushing and a touchdown. Next up, the home opener. This coming Sunday against Seattle. Seahawks gave up a pair of safeties to Denver, but still won their opener as well yesterday at home 26-20. Miami beat Jacksonville 20-17. Tyreek Hill detained by police, cited for reckless driving, and then released. Also, Dallas beat the Browns in Cleveland 33-17. Dak Prescott before the game, a brand new 4-year, $160 million contract extension. And the Red Sox lost to Chicago yesterday at Fenway Park 7-2. They play Baltimore at Fenway tonight. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by Dr. Matthew Lopresti and Leonard Hair Transplant Associates, the hair doctor of Charlie McAvoy. Call 1-800-GET-HAIR for your free virtual or in-person hair loss consultation. I'm John Wallach at Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 8 o'clock.
More Dutcher and Hardy on the way on the Sports Hub.
Comment.
It's electric.
You need an electrician? Call Common Electric. We're electric.
Brady, and I'm Kevin Burkhardt, and you're a broadcaster. How about that?
We're here. It's been quite a journey, but I love being your partner.
I'm excited as well. It's going to be a lot of fun.
This is a song that Jay-Z played at the retirement party where you couldn't see him because they had let off smoke bombs.
A lot of fog.
Yeah, I mean, they're like, hey, Jay-Z's going to do one song for us.
But you're not going to see him.
Yeah, we're just going to release it. And by the way, it's during the day, so let's just blast a bunch of smoke in front of him.
That was great.
So no one's quite sure if he's here.
Well, you're the one that was there in person watching the whole thing, Fred. What time did you get down there for the big retirement day?
Oh, they helicoptered me in. I probably dropped me off 5 minutes beforehand. I put a little showdown. I did a little Tom Cruise situation.
No chance Louth wasn't there.
Louth was there?
Oh, yeah. We were in the radio booth right on the 50-yard line. It was great.
Yeah, of course you were. Yeah.
Jimmy Louth is the biggest Patriots fan in the history of the Patriots fans. And even he thinks that their receiver room sucks. Even he does. Despite you two. That had to be quite a kick in the balls when Louth came in here and said that.
Only because he was doing the Fred Toucher and putting words in my mouth that I never said.
Yeah, well, I mean, you're still backpedaling from your Scheffler takes. All right. So, yes, Tom Brady was in the booth yesterday. And, again, the man has had a tremendous amount of plastic surgery. And I don't know if I'm hating so much because I'm going to concede that Tom Brady is a more handsome, successful man than me. I think that's without debate. And regardless of what I say, that's going to be the case. But does his face starting to look like it's almost like a Liberace situation at some point?
Yeah, I don't know. Or is it Scott? Is he Liberace or is he Scott?
I couldn't think of Scott, but I knew you knew behind the candelabra all too well.
He's got more of a Scott look going on. Matt Damon and behind the candelabra.
Yeah, like Tom Brady's very handsome and everything else. I hate how I have to say this. Like, he's better than me in every way.
Yeah.
Okay, but
you're just jealous.
Yeah, I know. Let's get that out of the way. Like, I'm ugly. Okay, believe me, I know. I'm on dating apps, and so in looking for pictures of myself
compared to Tom Brady, we're all ugly and poor.
Well,
we're all in poverty.
Well, I don't know for how long that's going to be true because he's done so much. There's a danger of his face taking a very, very bizarre turn. Like, he's getting very into plastic surgery. Did anyone else notice that?
Yes, it's the first thing you notice.
Fred. It looks like a cartoon of a guy that's supposed to be good looking.
We didn't talk about this before the show, so I don't know if I'm on a planet. But the first thing I thought when they showed him was, oh, Jesus.
Yeah.
Like, what has he been doing?
Man's closing in on 50. He can't look that nice.
I don't even think it's nice looking anymore. I don't even think he looks much younger than 50. Like, his face is just, he can't move it. It's got that weird smile. He's very strange. So anyway, he was no good yesterday, but it wasn't even because he's better than Romo. But the thing is that because he doesn't talk, but I mean, he's never going to be good at this. His analysis is just who cares, and he has zero personality, nor will he ever have it. Go ahead.
It seemed like the times he really struggled were the times where the camera was on him. Did you notice this?
Yeah.
When there was just gameplay and the football game was in front of you and you heard his analysis, you're like, okay, that kind of fits in. But every time the light was on him, he seemed to struggle.
Well, when they're playing grab ass, you know?
No, I wasn't sure with you coming in the booth. I made sure I did my hair real nice. I figured there'd be some more on cameras with you here today. You know, just a hunch.
Hey, well, just more we could do up here to provide the fan experience. I do what they tell me. Understand that. I'm still a rookie in here.
Yeah, good stuff.
Yeah.
Hey, good improv. You're real natural.
Okay,
I did my hair. Oh, really? I couldn't tell. There you go. Thanks, Tom. I just wrote you a joke.
So,
I mean, how hard would that have been?
Right. Now, you said
I know. I got a guy in here. He comes in every time the camera's off and starts fixing it.
Right.
Anything you could have said.
Okay, so what was Romo known for? How did Romo make his
predicting plays?
Here's Brady doing just that.
Deshaun to regain that form he had in Houston. And today they've just gone backwards too much. Another holding penalty, long yardage again. Dealing with Parsons here at the top of the screen.
Watson tipped in the air, and that's intercepted by Kendricks. An easy one for this Dallas D as Eric Kendricks has his first interception as a Cowboy. And guess who got it? Parsons tipped it in the air.
He said Parsons right before Parsons tipped it in the air. Boom.
Yeah.
Mic drop.
1 out of 11
Put the napkin
chance.
on your lap, Toucher, because you've been served.
1 out of 11 chance. And by the way, I don't doubt he can read what's happening. That was never a debate in my book. But did you see when Amari Cooper, I don't know, we probably don't have the audio of it because I didn't even ask for it, but Amari Cooper let a ball go through his hands, and he wouldn't say that Amari Cooper dropped it. Like, he wouldn't say it.
It's tough. That was the thing he said a lot. That's really tough.
It's really tough. Like, well, this is really good. And again, if he was just a guy that they brought in and said, hey, here's Tom Brady, he's going to do the, Carolina, New Orleans game, then you go, fine. But because he's making all this money and he's the focus of everything Fox is doing right now, he's not good, nor will he ever be. He's just not going to be good at it. He'll be fine.
Well, let's get another example of Tom Brady's analysis in the moment, live as the game is going.
Pressure again. Watson steps up. Here comes Parsons, and he gets home.
Wow. Got a chip and beat it. This guy deals with more double teams than anyone. Gets the chip. Jones got him, but he's just too athletic to get underneath Teller. Both keep people out of the red zone once he got in there.
Elliott's going to be in the end.
I don't know.
What the hell's going on there?
I don't know. I don't have an answer.
You want to know what a big obstacle for him is going to be? And it's not even an obstacle. It's going to be something that will hold him back for as long unless he's able to overcome it with other stuff. It's the voice. It's the actual tone of his voice. The pitch, the tone. It's not obviously a classic announcer voice, which isn't that as important as it used to be, but his
complete lack of personality. Even like he's not even stoic. There's no personality. He has no ability to improvise. He has no ability to be good, charming. He has nothing is going on there. He is a blank slate. He was a very good football player and very driven. But the way that he motivated himself, I would say, is counter to how you know what? This is interesting. Maybe something that I'll say that no one else will say. Okay.
Wallach,
do
listen.
tell.
Wallach, listen.
So the way that he did his job in the NFL was to over-prepare, to be the first guy in, last guy out, right? To have a chip on his shoulder and to do things in that fashion. That is opposite of what makes a good improviser or a good conversationalist. Being over-prepared for something hinders your ability to be flexible on the spot. So, like, every instinct he has, I would argue, is counter to doing what he does. Because certainly you want to be prepared, but because everything, like I heard the guy from NFL Network.
I don't know that anyone else has said this, but I think you have said it before when we first heard about this, and maybe I heard it years ago.
No. It was when Pete Schrager said, is Pete Schrager the guy that's on NFL, whatever. One of the guys from Good Morning NFL was on Mad Dog, and he said, I don't know if he's going to be any good or not, but he's preparing. He's always preparing. And to that, I'd say you're over-preparing. Like, you can over-prepare. For instance, if you're interviewing something, I'm sure you've learned this. Oh, yeah. If you over-prepare for an interview, your audience doesn't know. You're asking questions with the answers in them. You're getting way too inside. Like, your audience doesn't know what you know. Your audience hasn't prepared for that interview.
That's why Larry King would never read the book before he had an author on.
Yeah, and he's one of the best interviewers of all time. He thought Seinfeld had been canceled when he had Jerry Seinfeld
on. But to give Jerry credit, he made it into a really good 5 minutes.
To counter that, you have to be aware of who you're speaking to.
There's a middle ground.
There's a middle ground there, but if you come in just this, now there's Nardwuar and stuff that's different. But to go in, I'm telling you, the antithesis of art is over preparation. The antithesis of conversation and improvisation is over preparation. Trust me. That's not good.
There were a couple other Brady things we can get to later in the stack.
And just but one last point.
Oh,
Ben, go ahead.
Freddie, baby.
Hello, Benjamin.
Hello. Shout out Twitch Nation. Everybody loves you, Fred. I think one thing that could help Mr. Brady would be to study from a master of the craft, an expert, if you will. Maybe spend an entire week with one Mr. Scott David Zolak. Everything he does.
I'll tell you this.
Tom Brady pees.
Well, I mean, it's not like they haven't seen him do it before.
He talked.
Brady called Zolak before he took this job.
Well, I'm sure he
right
did.
after he did. Yeah.
And by the way, Zolak's way better at his job. No kissing ass. Way 1,000 times better than Brady is. So I mean, you're right. I mean, he should, but he can't be Zolak because Zolak has a better personality. You understand? That Zolak's
I don't
just.
understand.
Yeah, he's better personality on TV.
Oh, now I understand.
Yeah, you know, I had to dumb it down for you. All right, look, we're going to go around the NFL coming right up.
Yay!
You're listening.
NFL. We are brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more with FanDuel. And if you go to YouTube, you can watch it. We have highlight packages that Nick has put together of all the games as well. It's the best in the business. Nick was up all night editing video together, making highlight packages as we go game to game on YouTube. If it's not up there, Nick has lied to all of us. And he soon will be seeing the door. Young Nicholas. All right, go ahead, Hardy. What's going on?
First, we go to Ford Field last night where the Detroit Lions were playing host to former quarterback Matthew Stafford and the Rams of Los Angeles. Lions needing to tie the game with their rookie kicker.
Bates trying to tie this game. Hatton to snap. Fox to hold. There it is. Spot down. Kick on the way. It is up, and it is good. He got it. Drilled it through there. With 17 seconds remaining, it is the Rams 20 and the Lions 20.
Some tense moments as the Rams did run a couple of plays from scrimmage. Matthew Stafford had been doing some pretty impressive things during that game, but it would go to overtime. Lions won the toss and marched down the field.
Goff takes the snap, turns, gives to Montgomery, right side, red zone, touchdown, Detroit Lions. Yes. This game is over. Pack it up, boys. We're going home. An opening night victory for the Lions. They come from behind in the final minute and tie it. They take the ball in overtime and march 70 yards down the field and win it. Two teams will meet out in the middle of the field to say job well done. Job better done on this night by your Detroit Lions.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, he's excited.
John.
You got to understand what's going on there. This is all very new. By the way, the two things. Nakua got hurt early. He re-aggravated a knee thing. I'm not positive what's going on with him. But the Lions secondary, Hardy, is no good again.
Again?
I mean, they were killing Matthew Stafford, and he was having his way with that secondary. And second of all, if you didn't watch the game, did you watch the whole game, John?
I made it through the end of the first half.
Well, Hardy and I
not
stayed
being
up
from Detroit and all.
Well, Hardy and I stayed up like true fans.
Yep,
and
good for you.
They basically it was pretty cool in overtime. They just gave the ball to David Montgomery, and
only 5 times.
And the Rams had to call a timeout at the end of the drive because it was the first drive of the overtime, and the Rams had to call a timeout when the Lions were on their 5 so they could rest their defense. And the Lions weren't playing hurry up. They were just at all. They were it was like a long, methodical drive, but they were picking up like 8 yards at a chunk, and they just kept giving it to Montgomery. It was. I like when that happens in games, like where you finally just and give it to Chris Collinsworth. Boy, he's good. He was like, I got to tell you, like at the beginning overtime, the beginning before the coin flip, he's like, I got to tell you, in the preseason, these guys don't play. There's no way that they're in shape right now. They got to be completely exhausted.
Oh, talking about the Rams defense.
Yeah, and he was talking about both teams. He's like, they both got to be completely exhausted, and sure enough, I mean, the Rams off defensive line with no Aaron Donald, they were able to run all over him.
Yeah,
So
and they did. They gave it to Montgomery again and again. He did have one big play, the second play in overtime, but after that, methodical. Got down up the middle for 6 yards to get down to the 15, and then by the time they were knocking on the doorstep, you knew they were going in. So,
yeah. And Jamison Williams finally, the kid from Alabama that they took who was hurt, that they took in the first round, finally had a good game for the Lions. And literally, like probably his first good game for the Lions.
They won. Amon-Ra St. Brown didn't do much in the first half. I looked at the numbers this morning. He didn't do anything in the second half either, and they still won.
No, Laporta and him didn't do anything. It was all Williams. And then, I'll tell you this, too, is Gibbs didn't do much either. David Montgomery did everything, and that was that. Gibbs didn't even get his over.
All right,
in yards.
Let's check in with another AFC East team. As we know, the Patriots got the win yesterday. What did the Dolphins do yesterday?
Ferguson, the long snapper. Bailey, the holder. Sanders, swing that right leg. Hold is down, kick is up. And the Miami Dolphins have won this football game 20-17.
Well, he seemed all down in the dumps about it. I mean, you didn't think he was going to make the field goal? He's real ziggy, and then he turns into a fresh out of Linus. Fresh out the box.
Tua,
like a pig pen.
Tua 23 of 37 on the day for 338 yards.
But yet not good. Did you see any of this game?
I didn't see
it. It was a very poor game.
I didn't see anything from Tua that really blew me away.
No,
Tyreek Hill, fresh out of handcuffs, had 7 catches on 12 targets and
he had one big play.
Yeah, he had one huge
didn't do
play.
much, and he had that one big
But
play.
he was open a lot, and Tua kept missing him. So neither of these teams is going to strike the fear of God into anyone, believe me. Jacksonville was way up in this game. And, yeah, they were up 17 to nothing. Or 17. No, I think they were up 17 to nothing. Yeah, they were up 17 to, or maybe it's 17 to 3. Maybe you're right.
Would have been 17-7 if it wasn't 17 to nothing.
Yeah. It was 17-0. They were up 17-0. And Miami came back. Both of these teams look bad. So don't worry about either of these teams, in my opinion. Because Tyreek Hill was open the entire game, it seemed deep. And Tua couldn't hit him until the end. So there you go.
All right. So do you worry about any other AFC East team? We'll see the New York Jets tonight.
Yeah.
But what about them Buffalo Bills?
Allen in the shotgun. Here's the snap. Throws. Now he's going to run. And the beast has once again been released. Josh Allen with a 6-yard touchdown romp. Can you say MVP?
Oh, yeah. It's another team that shouldn't be so proud of themselves.
No kidding. The Cardinals were having their way with it yesterday.
Too.
And the Cardinals, congratulations, the first touchdown on a dynamic kickoff was, during that game. Yeah. Buffalo looked bad too. And they made Kyler Murray in the first half. He didn't finish with great stats, but in the first half he looked pretty good. And the Arizona hung around that whole game.
17-3. That was the score you were thinking of with the Cardinals and Buffalo game.
Okay,
because,
so
17-3.
17-3. Yeah, and then Buffalo seemed to take control of the game, and then the Cardinals hung around, and it took until the end of the game for Buffalo to take that. Buffalo and Miami not impressive in week 1.
Yeah, Josh Allen, we're talking about a fleet of receivers. Now, Buffalo's is better than what the Patriots have, but not in the top half of the league. As a matter of fact, bottom 10 in the league, I think, if you look at that wide receiver room that Buffalo has. So Josh Allen, who's already doing a ton, had to do more. I think 2 touchdown passes and 2 touchdown runs yesterday to win that game.
And when it counted, he was running.
Yes.
Like when it mattered, he was running. He was busting runs when they needed him to. And that's not the recipe that you want if you're Buffalo.
No, and I know Josh Allen is a big, tough guy, but I always think about it when I'm watching him play. And one of the touchdowns he got, went airborne to get in. And it's like, how many times does that work before you are benched for a long period of time?
How many times?
And not benched due to poor play, benched due to injury. I mean, I don't care how big you are. You make yourself that vulnerable, you're going to get hurt.
Well, no, that's the thing. We saw it with Cam Newton. Every quarterback eventually gets chased and knocked down. It doesn't matter how big or how quick you are. I mean, we've seen Lamar Jackson get hurt. Remember RG3? We saw him get hurt. Every quarterback gets hurt because they refuse to get out of harm's way. And this year, more than any in Josh Allen's career, he has to stay healthy. He has to stay healthy for the entire season, and he has to be at his top form the entire season for Buffalo to win anything. I said Buffalo was going to be a third-place team this year. I'm sticking with it. I don't think Buffalo's going to finish first or second in this division.
I'll tell you this. I'll tell you this. It's not out of the question New England gets a win off one of these teams. We used to think there was no way. There's a chance that New England beats one of these teams. And you're right. That's what I was saying, is that if that's not the recipe I want, if I'm the Buffalo Bills. And for all of you who wanted Marvin Harrison Jr., take him first. Take him with the 3rd pick. Don't take the quarterback. He had 1 catch for 4 yards. He's a bust.
They refused to throw the ball to him. Do you see
He's
any of this?
a bust.
They refused to throw it to him.
He stinks. So much for Marvin Harrison Jr. 1 catch, 4 yards. You blow. He stinks. And you're all idiots for wanting him.
Yeah.
Everyone who analyzed his game. And so much for where he didn't get in. And Odunze sucks. all the rookie receivers blow.
Yeah.
And the kid from LSU that's on New York couldn't have done anything either.
Malik Neighbors.
Because they didn't score any points.
Well,
All right.
so I think the situation's a little different.
They all
there.
suck.
There's other issues with New York, but
Yeah, Neighbors a little different.
Before we move on from this Bills Cardinals game, what do you make of the new kickoff rule after watching a full slate of games with the new kickoff, Fred?
I love the old kickoff so much that anything was going to perturb me. Who cares?
What
the old kickoff sucked, and sometimes it's cool that the kicker has to squib it when they squib it into that little area there. Like they
The
can
landing
launch a
zone.
line
It's
drive
called the
into that
landing
landing zone.
Yes.
Well,
and it causes some shenanigans.
Before you say nothing's going to happen with the new kickoff,
This one hangs in the
I already
air.
mentioned
Make
this.
it past the 20,
All right,
but
but
it's
we
taken
didn't
on
listen
the
to it.
5-yard line by Dallas. Up the middle, 10, 20, 30, 35. Dallas to the 40, breaks the tackle. Far side of midfield, 45-40. Dallas 35-30, 25-20. Dallas to the 10, to the 5, dives into the end zone. It's a touchdown for the Cardinals. A kickoff return for a score, and Arizona's right back in the game.
was there one of the squibs last night in the Lions game?
Yeah.
Did they squib it late?
Yeah, it was pretty cool. Did you? You know what? If you're the Arizona football announcer, do you think that you could swear, and that like you'd get away with it?
I think the odds are better than 50-50.
Like you could get away with it live. Someone when they were pulling audio for highlights would know it. Because I think if you're a Chargers or a Cardinals announcer, there's a good chance you could get away with anything. You could do a Rocket Queen and just have sex during the game, like with the mics on. All right, we will continue to go around the league before we get back to your New England Patriots with their big win yesterday.
And in addition to the big Tyreek Hill news yesterday before kickoff, there was some big news out of Dallas yesterday before they got underway. We'll get to that next.
They went a little under the radar. I don't know if you were watching any
There's
of
a
the
good
pregame.
chance you haven't heard
Yeah.
what happened with Dallas yesterday, but we'll tell you next.
Yeah, Dallas seems to get over-reported. All right, we will be back in just a moment. Big explosion.
98.5, the Sports Hub.
Hey, we are Toucher and Hardy. Week 1 of the NFL season is almost over. Only one game to go and several injuries as the New York Jets go into San Francisco to start tearing things at 8:15 this evening. And
how are we feeling about this?
You know what? I bet you they win. I bet you they end up going 7-0, and then Sauce Gardner and Garrett Wilson tear their Achilles, and then the whole season's over. This year they probably won't blow it the first game. They'll probably wait until like they'll give you hope.
Yeah,
it'll be like reminiscent of the Eagles season.
Right around Halloween.
Yeah.
Things will crumble.
Sure.
The witching hour.
The witching hour.
The witching hour.
Well, it was the riching hour for Dak Prescott before kickoff yesterday.
Hey!
See?
Check out Mr. Genius over there.
He got a lot of money.
My assessment of where we're going to be going in the future, we're going to be able to handle this. We're going to be able to get players around him that give us a chance to compete for a Super Bowl. He was our best chance of getting one. This was the thing to do. This was the thing to do for what we're here for, and that is to win a championship.
Why didn't you do it last year?
Well,
you
that's
saved
the thing.
yourself $60 million.
It's well, not only that, but the Cowboys didn't do anything this offseason. They were kind of in purgatory because of the CeeDee Lamb and Prescott contract situations. By waiting this long to do it, and you just made him the richest quarterback in NFL history anyway, you made it so you lost players. That like the Cowboys on paper shouldn't be as good this year as they were last year. I can give you the evidence of Ezekiel Elliott being their lead back. That's going to be a problem. They did not replace. They lost their running back. They didn't replace him. So there are holes on this Dallas team, but not yesterday.
And
everyone's so caught up in Brady's weird looking face.
$240 million contract extension for Prescott. $231 million guaranteed.
Why not just what is that?
I don't know.
It's called old oil. That man found oil.
Going to hold out the $9 million.
Oil and land. Apparently, he like on either side of the highway between Dallas and Oklahoma, there's like huge stretches that's like, that's Jerry's land. That's Jerry's land. That's Jerry's land. There's land. Like hundreds and thousands of acres of land.
Just dead land. Land that is good for nothing except for... that's why he keeps blowing up all these electric cars. Not so fast.
But what did Dak Prescott do yesterday? Yes, more to that point.
Third down, Prescott back. Looking deep to the middle. He's got a man all alone. Tap at the goal line. It's Cooks for the Cowboys' first touchdown of the year.
Great. Good for
Well
you,
done.
Dak.
They didn't look good. Yeah, they really didn't look all that good.
Didn't need to be, though.
19 of 32 for 179 yards and a touchdown for Dak
No.
Prescott.
And I'm going to go on a limb and say that Deshaun Watson contract was a bit of a mistake from Cleveland.
Jeez, was he awful.
He's terrible.
Oh, man.
He's and that's not sports radio.
Okay, and
Deshaun Watson's a terrible quarterback now.
Are we wrong more often than we're right when it comes to talking about players and games and things like that? I know I am. I gotta eat plenty of crow again. That's twice this morning. Sorry, John. I was so right on Deshaun Watson. Everybody, he's gonna be so good. Look out, Cleveland. They signed him. This guy's been itching. I said, him win that many games. I know he was on in a not a great situation, but when he got to Cleveland, he hadn't played football in 16 months or something. I mean, it had been a long time since he had played. I said, I have no idea if he's going to be good. I'll go so far as to say he won't be good, at least for the first year or so, and that continued yesterday.
Yeah, he was very bad.
Not
he was
good.
Historically bad yesterday. I have a stat here. The sixth fewest yards ever by a quarterback who had 40 or more attempts. How about that?
He was 24 for 45, 169 yards, a touchdown, and 2 interceptions.
It was tough to watch that game, but he looked lost, and he looked like he was really felt threatened by any type of pressure coming from the Dallas pass rush. He never got comfortable. He hasn't looked like the Deshaun Watson that so many people were convinced he was going to be the second he got to Cleveland, got all that guaranteed money. All right, moving on. Did you watch much of the Titans game yesterday there, Freddie T?
I watched a lot of the Titans game yesterday. I was watching it with watching the games with the Green Bay fan, and he was very interested in Caleb Williams.
Well, I'm sure that Green Bay fan is two favorite teams.
Green
Bay and whoever's playing the
draft.
Bears, right?
I took Caleb Williams in the fantasy draft. I did not start him.
Smart move.
I started Baker Mayfield.
Levis needs a big play. 1:18 and counting. Levis takes the snap. Looks, fires downfield, going for Boyd. It is intercepted by Johnson. Johnson will take a knee at the 40-yard line. And with 1:05 to go, that's going to do it.
This was the shovel pass, the desperation. What was that one?
By the way, that's
here, was a backhanded flip.
That was the end of the game, man. That was Levis. But by the way, this is another game. The Titans were up 17-0 in this. Caleb Williams was terrible. With all the talent he has and everything that's going on, he was awful. He looked way worse than I thought he would.
14 of 29 for 93 yards.
Yeah, and if you saw him, it was that bad.
Yeah.
He did not look special. He did not look like he belonged in the NFL.
Preseason is different than regular season, and it was driven home yesterday. This game and the Denver game, which I think we're going to get to, Bo Nix could not have looked better during the preseason. And everyone was talking about how Denver, what a steal Denver had. He was just as bad.
Well, Nix was bad, and Daniels couldn't do anything but run. And so, yeah, the three rookie quarterbacks. So for everyone who is piping that you got to play May, I'm not so positive.
No.
I don't know how these are positive things that Caleb Williams, who's dominated his whole life, goes into a game and plays that poorly. Now they won.
There's less of an excuse. Yeah, they won because of that pick six you just played and a punt block return for a touchdown.
Oh, I'm glad you brought that up by Jonathan Owens. You know who Jonathan Owens is in popular culture?
I actually do.
Tell us, John.
He is Simone Biles' husband.
Boy.
Okay, because they said, all right, now it makes sense because they said something. Okay, is this it?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
And a punt, Stonehouse. Back deep to our left, DeAndre Carter.
Pressure blocked on the ground. Picked up to the 10, to the 5, to the end zone for the touchdown on the block punt by the Bears. Jonathan Owens, welcome to Chicago.
Okay, on TV they said, and Simone Biles would have given that a 10.
Yes.
And I said, and I thought to myself, why?
Yeah.
And then I went, oh, he must be banging her. And certainly they're married, so they probably are having intercourse.
I think are they married?
Yeah.
Yes, they are.
Oh, believe me, I didn't know why they said Simone Biles.
He was there in Paris cheering her on.
Yep.
Okay, I thought maybe they were just a couple. But
He's taller than her. She's 4'2", and he's 7'11".
Yeah.
She's actually under 5 feet tall. It looks weird.
Mm-hmm.
He must have a bit of a fetish, if you know what I'm saying.
Well, there's not a lot of football to be talked about when it comes to the New York Giants and what they did yesterday against
This is
the
the one
Minnesota
game
Vikings.
I saw not one play of.
Okay, well, that's good because we have Mike Francesa to break it down for you.
You were handed an absolute disgraceful, embarrassing performance of epic proportions. A non-competitive piece of garbage. And the only thing worse than the Giant performance and the coaching staff's preparation were the uniforms. Please, okay? I don't care if that is an homage. That is an homage to ugliness. That is the worst-looking uniform. That's the only thing that was worse in the game was the uniform. That's the worst. Throw them away, please.
You know what Mask was? The movie Mask? An homage to ugliness.
These things are good. Ice cream and cake, a ride on a Harley, and the sun shining on my face. These things are a drag. Rain on my motorcycle, too much homework, and the sun shining on my face.
That movie was on cable every other hour.
I watched it every time it was on.
Rocky Dennis. He overcame his great disfigurement. Oh, you know what also was on all the time? The Elephant Man.
Yeah.
And that was that was very disturbing in its black and white form.
Not a fun one.
No, they had a lot. They were very. If you were a kid in the '80s, there were a lot of movies about this. I don't know what's the correct term. People that were born with different looks.
Sure. Safe.
All right. Okay. Adam 12 is here.
Oh no.
Adam 12.
We go. Hey.
You played the Elephant Man in high school?
I did. I played John Merrick, the Elephant Man,
Oh,
my
all
junior
right.
year of high school. Yes.
Okay, so there's the point they're putting you. Now, so you turn that mic on. There's a point they're putting you in the play.
Yes.
The play, part of the play is that they're putting the Elephant Man. They're putting him in they put him in freak shows, right?
Yes.
All right. He's fed up. There's a point in the movie where he's fed up. He gets very emotional.
Yes.
Give it to me.
He says, and this is interesting. So this is in the film version by David Lynch, but it's not in the play. He says in the film, "I am not an animal. I am a human being."
Do it.
Well, I can't do. I got to get into character, Fred. I'm method.
What did they do to your face for the movie?
So this
for
is
the play.
This is interesting as well. In the film version with John Hurd, he obviously
They
has
put
a
eyes on your ass.
prosthetic. But no, in the play, the directions in the script specifically state you're not allowed to use any sort of makeup. That you are to distort the actors to distort their face and body. So I had to, as a 16-year-old junior in high school, like walk out on stage all with my body all twisted and my face all twisted.
How did you twist your face to be elephant-ish?
It was not pretty.
You know what was a bold choice?
Maybe
one
very
time?
popular.
Is that
high school doing the Elephant Man as a player? I would say
Yes.
that is a bold choice. Did the Greenwood High players have the chops to pull that off?
We did, actually. I thought it was a very good production.
Now, there was a man named Donald Ferguson. He was an 18-year-old, so he was an adult. He chose to play the Elephant Man. He put shoes on his hands and eyes on his testicles. It stood upside down because they were allowed no makeup to distort the face. So he thought his balls.
So stupid.
would do this. Donald Ferguson was his name.
Anyway, Francesa didn't like the Giants jerseys.
No.
Said they were ugly, and they did. Our own Damon...
He thought they played bad.
Yeah. Our old pal Damon Amendolara said something to the effect of this look, this whole Depression-era look that they're going for. The Lions have done it, too, with what I call their Depression-era orphanage gray color rush. I do not care for it. I don't like it. I don't know why they insist on doing it.
What's funny is I have no idea what the uniforms look like because, again, that was the only game I did not watch 1 second of or see a highlight of.
Well, you didn't miss anything. As I said, 28-6.
Yeah.
And no touchdowns for the Giants yesterday.
All right.
You want to wait on the what Mike Tomlin? You want him right now?
Yeah, let's go now.
Okay. Steelers yesterday, and it was, I think, maybe only about 90 minutes before kickoff. We found out who was going to be quarterbacking for Pittsburgh yesterday.
You
against the
found out
Falcons.
90 minutes, but if you were watching the pregame, you could see the live footage of Russell Wilson warming up and them showing that he was throwing flat-footed.
Yeah.
Which in the NFL you just can't do, they said.
Sure.
I mean, it was... And then Tyreek Hill got arrested, so everyone kind of... Or not arrested, got cuffed.
Detained.
So everyone moved on. But there was a good 20 minutes of Russell Wilson throwing on the field before the game, 3 hours before the game.
Now, well, here's Mike Tomlin on the quarterback situation there in Pittsburgh.
I just thought it was appropriate to put the healthy guys on the field. I felt really good about both quarterbacks. I was very clear to you guys when I named Russ the starter how comfortable I was with both quarterbacks. And so if that is true, why not be really comfortable with playing Justin under the circumstances, with Russ being in less than ideal physical shape?
Does Justin's performance today affect Russell's status as QB1 as a starter?
And you can come ask me that question on Tuesday.
Yeah, Fields is going to start for them. He did enough to win. They won in Atlanta. Cousins was terrible. Watt is the best defensive player in football. And when he's healthy, Pittsburgh has a chance to win any game. I mean, he completely dominated that game.
Yeah, Fields was 17 of 23. No touchdowns, but no picks either. 156 yards. Cousins, as you said, Fred, 2 picks yesterday. 155 passing yards, 16 of 26.
Yeah, that Watt is something else. I can tell you that. That I am. And by the way, we're not going to get to it, but the game of the day was really the Texans versus the Colts, and two, top 5 quarterback picks. I believe. I think
Richardson was 4.
I think he might have been 4.
Yeah, I think Richardson
he threw.
was 4.
I mean, there's never going to be a touchdown pass that's better. I mean, it could be the same. He threw a pass in that game that you're just like, okay, well, he's working with a different skill set than everyone else. Now, I don't know if he'll ever be good in the NFL.
Certainly bigger than everybody else.
But he was scrambling, and he was scrambling, he was running, and then he stopped for a second and threw a ball about 60 yards in the air.
You saying he looked like Joe Milton?
I'm saying that he looked like Joe Milton, that the ball got to the receiver.
Oh,
It didn't just go willy-nilly. No, he's going to be a good quarterback. I don't know if the Indianapolis is going to be any good, but he's going to be a good quarterback. And that Houston team that is supposed to be world beaters, they struggled a little bit in that game. But, Richardson was 9 for 19 for 212 yards and 2 touchdowns. So he was throwing the ball downfield a little bit.
Yeah.
A little bit. All right. We'll be back. We will be back. And we will be back. We will get back to your Patriots, who reigned supreme yesterday. 617-779-0985. There were some calls in the postgame to play Drake May. I have no idea why.
Oh.
And judging by the performance of the rookie quarterbacks yesterday, and also the pass protection of the Pats offensive line, and I don't know, the fact that they won the game, I don't know why there can be a debate about Drake May, but it was going on. We will be back. Here are the headlines.
Sports Hub headlines. If your alarm clock sounds like this is the show for you. Toucher and Hardy, the Sports Hub.
Bob Sosi with Scott Zolak. Today we are back for season number 12. It's a new era for this New England Patriots franchise. Brissett takes the snap. He's going to roll to the 20, to the 15. First and goal to go.
And Ramondre takes it in. Touchdown! Impeccable decision-making with the throws.
Burrow takes the snap, drops back, throw to the middle, and it's dropped by the top. The whole team moves. Go! And it's scooped up by the Patriots.
Go! This is great hustle by Duggar. Big play.
And again, Ramondre Stevenson, the single back behind Jacoby Brissett. Starts right, cuts it back to the inside, and he's going to nearly slip away from a defender, but he picks up a first down nonetheless.
It's over. Put him in bubble wrap. See you next Sunday with Seattle at home.
Today, a well-managed game by Mayo and his staff as Brissett takes the knee for the final time, and it's a 16-10 victory in Cincinnati over the Bengals.
Hey, it's a great start for everybody. Good start for us. We go back home 1-0 for the home opener. That's a hell of a job.
Yes, we are Toucher and Hardy, brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more with FanDuel. And that is true. The Patriots, with the biggest upset of week 1 of the NFL season, they were the biggest dog, and they ended up winning outright. And how about this? Bill, you have to know, because you would be too. Like, if you left a job, and I'm really just talking about Belichick here. I'm not comparing it to anything else. I'm not being cute. If you leave a job or get fired from a job, if you get fired from a job and you go and you leave, and the job that you got fired from has immediate success after you had struggled at that job, you do not like that. Like There's no one. Not everyone is Gandhi. That's why Gandhi is so special. Not everyone is the Buddha. Not everyone lives in this state of Zen where they genuinely want just good things to happen to everyone. Bill Belichick, because he's got all these jobs he's super bad at, it has to watch these games and be aware of them. And this had to kill him a little bit. And the way they won. Like, you don't think Bill Belichick watched the end of that game? The Patriots get the ball back. They have clock to kill, and they just maul that Cincinnati defensive line.
They're
and Stevenson.
disciplined. They walked that narrow path that he tried to get his team to walk the entire year last year and failed miserably. They didn't turn the ball over. They did exactly what the game plan was.
Yeah.
And they beat a team that was far better than them.
They won all 3 phases of the game.
Yes.
Because they did win special teams. They got that big turnover on special teams.
Thanks to Schooner Tuna down there, Brendan Schooler. I mean, that kid, he's out there flying around.
And he
getting it
sounds
done.
like he would be a lot of fun to be around.
And you had a kicker who actually made field goals.
Yeah, I mean,
and your hand-picked guy couldn't make anything. Was the worst kicker in the league last year.
They won. Everyone you drafted at skill positions and receivers blows. They won all 3 phases of the game. You're right. They didn't turn the ball over. They were opportunistic, and when they had to, they were able just to win the game by bleeding the clock with just straight up overpowering their opposition.
And they also did to Cincinnati what we were told Cincinnati is known to do, at least in their season opener. But they did to Cincinnati what we said couldn't be done to you. Don't allow your mistakes to become huge points of success for the opponent. Cincinnati lost 2 fumbles all last season. The Patriots forced and recovered 2 fumbles yesterday alone. So capitalizing on those mistakes and those miscues, whatever, putting them in positions to make them uncomfortable, capitalizing on the Bengals' mistakes. It's all the things that teams that are, let's just say, on the rise, if we want to be kind about it, have to do. If you don't do those things, you're not going to be competitive and you're not going to win football games. But they did it yesterday.
And the other thing is the game plan played to what few strengths they had. How many times did the Patriots take a deep shot downfield? Once that I can think of. A long ball to Thornton up the right sideline. I can't think of another deep shot.
Despite their loaded receiver room that you guys say they have.
That's the point being is that they knew Brissett wasn't going to get 5 seconds back there to throw a deep ball, and B, all of the routes were underneath.
It shows remarkable patience and poise not to go downfield every other play when you do have those kinds of weapons. I agree with you,
If
Fred.
you're just joining us, John and Hardy were scolding me for saying the receiver room of the Patriots sucked, and then we took a call that said yelling at me. Well, not yelling at me, but I couldn't have been more positive. But I mean, I refuse to just throw credit where credit is not due. By the way, and not taking anything away from the Patriots, I'll just ask you guys: Cincinnati looks bad. Now I know that T. Higgins didn't play, and I know Jamar Chase was again literally pouting on the field so much so that there was too many men on the field penalty on a punt because he wouldn't come off the field. He was like dragging ass off the field so much. They didn't even show it on TV. But then when they said number one, too many men on the field, and then they said number one, you're like, oh, wow, that's Jamar Chase. And I guess all game in the second half, or the entire second half, he was pouting. But this Cincinnati team does not look good. Like, I don't know when they're going to get better.
Yeah, the run game is definitely a problem.
They're
for them.
terrible run game.
You let Joe Mixon go, and Zach Moss was good as a backup at Indianapolis last year, but is he a lead back? Didn't look like it yesterday.
And
I
can't
stop the run.
I know receiver health was an issue for him yesterday, but you still have Joe Burrow back there. Can he throw? Can he throw to other guys? Can he do something? Because especially early on in that game, I'm like, why aren't they letting Joe Burrow throw the ball a little bit more?
They were getting pressure on Burrow. Cincinnati does not look good. But the bottom line is this: in a season where the Patriots are not going to make the playoffs, and you are looking for pieces for the future, and you're looking at how Mayo coached. Mayo was the better coach. He managed the clock extremely well. He made the right decisions. And you could make the argument that he was the best coach on the field. He didn't trip all over himself. The team was certainly prepared. Brissett didn't make any dumb mistakes.
Yeah.
He kept the ball when he had to. He ran the ball when he had to. Now, if he keeps this up and they can't pass protect, when they play better pass rushes, he's going to get killed.
And if they fall behind, this is not an offense that's going to be able to come back from 10 points down, maybe not even 7.
No.
This team can't come back from a deficit based on what they're good at.
No.
So the fact that this team needs to get ahead early.
But back to the positives, Christian Gonzalez held Jamar Chase in whatever condition he was in, held Jamar Chase down.
He did.
He looked good. Your young pieces on defense looked good.
Keon White, very good edge rush. He's the guy who steps in for Judon. We were wondering if they could do that. He certainly looked like he could do that yesterday.
Yeah. So it would have been really bad today to have to come in after they lost the game 28-6 or something. If something like that, it would suck. And if you saw on the opening kickoff, the Patriots are penalized, and you go, oh boy. Is this going to be symptomatic? Is this going to be like the metaphor for the season? Or it was probably the wrong use of the term metaphor, but you understand where I'm going with this. Was this going to be the symbol of the season? And it turns out they played a disciplined game. So if you're a Patriots fan, what more do you want? And now Seattle who did not look good yesterday until the end of that game. Kenneth Walker III was responsible really for their entire offense. They come into town.
Cross-country flight for an early game.
For a 1:00 game. Yeah. And why can't you beat Seattle? I mean, you just beat Cincinnati and then you start off 2-0. And that's better than anyone thought, except for maybe Cerrone Battle, who always thinks they're going to win.
By the way, do you see who Cincinnati has to play now?
It's Kansas City.
At Kansas City.
Yeah. Watch them win, because they always beat Kansas City. They do. Watch them win. Yeah. They have Kansas City's number. All right, you know whose number we have?
Whoa. Check you out.
Now, I'd imagine he's in a drug-addled haze after his time in Cincinnati because, that city just demands it. That city becomes alive.
By the way, I'm always impressed with this. I got a text from Zoe. He was home in bed last night at 9 o'clock. They were on the road in Cincinnati.
Yeah.
Now, it's 1 o'clock game, and it was a quick game. I think that thing was over before 4 p.m., but they waste no time. Pack up. Nope. Shower at home, guys. Let's go. On the bus, on the plane. Back real quick.
Mm-hmm.
So,
2 hour and 49-minute game, and all of the Patriot wins this year, I can guarantee you this will be under 3 hours.
It'll be running time for
Yeah.
most of them.
Yeah,
that's true.
Unless
the
it's-
Patriots are winning.
Unless they go to overtime because it's 6-6.
Yeah. But still, I would imagine that the regulation took like an hour 45.
Yeah.
And then you go into overtime. Because if it's 6-6, you're playing someone who's doing the same thing as you. All right, so there you go. We will talk to our friend Bob Sosi. There's no excuse for him not to be on the air. It's not even that big a gesture. He was in bed before I was. All right, we'll be back in just a moment.
Toucher and Hardy, 98.5 The Sport.
A sack.
It's an all-new season for the Pats, and you'll hear it all right here. 98.5, the Sports Hub, a Beasley Media Group station. Sports Hub headlines.
Well, the Patriots went out and scored a huge upset in their regular season opener yesterday, beating the Bengals at Cincinnati 16-10. The defense held the Bengals to under 230 net yards for the day, and Keon White had 2.5 sacks.
Not the cleanest pass rusher. I'm not the most technical, but I try to just go fast and just let everything work out for itself.
Ramondre Stevenson led the offense with 120 yards rushing and a touchdown. The next game is the home opener Sunday against Seattle. The Seahawks won yesterday 26-20 over Denver. Miami rallied for a 2017 win over Jacksonville, and before the game, Tyreek Hill was detained by police, cited for reckless driving, and then released. He wound up with 7 catches for 130 yards and a touchdown. Dallas signed Dak Prescott to a brand new 4-year, $160 million contract extension, and then they won in Cleveland 33-17. Red Sox lost to Chicago 7-2 at Fenway Park yesterday. They're still 4 games out of a playoff spot. They play Baltimore at Fenway Park tonight. And after season opening wins at Florida State and against Duquesne, the Boston College football team is ranked 24th in the country in the latest AP Top 25 poll. They visit number 6 Missouri this Saturday. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by the DeMore McKim School of Business at Northeastern University, where you'll do more than just keep pace with the future, you'll define it. Connect with them at an admissions event at northeastern.edu/business events. I'm John Wallach of Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 9:30.
If you've got the app, you've got Toucher and Hardy to wake you up no matter where you are.
Or who may or may not have been to jail.
Get the app, the 98.5 The Sports Hub app. On the air, online, on the app. This is how Boston sports fans start their day. Toucher and Hardy on 98.5 The Sports Hub.
Now Brissett, second down and 4. A give to Stevenson through the right side. Slicing across the 45, 50, and then carrying outside the 45 of Cincinnati, across it to the 43.
Look at the two sidelines. One is alive and one is completely dead. Cincinnati is in complete shock right now. Patriots into this game, controlling the line of scrimmage.
Oh, yeah. It's true. She is pouring from the sky. We are Toucher and Hardy. 98.5 The Sports Hub, as always, brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more with FanDuel, and you can watch us on YouTube. Simply search 98.5 The Sports Hub on YouTube. Bob Sosi is the voice you just heard. He's the voice of the New England Patriots. He joins us on the Volkswagen Dealers Expert Hotline. Bob Sosi's hot takes are powered by Bigelow Tea.
Oh.
If you want to know what keeps Bob's voice in peak condition, it's his hot cup of Bigelow tea. Hot takes and hot tea. Bigelow tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Hi, Bobby.
Hi, Fred. Good morning, Hardy. Good morning, John. You read that. There's a touch of Paul Harvey in that Bigelow tea.
I do that as a tribute to you, Bob, because you've mentioned that many years ago.
What a compliment to both Fred and Paul Harvey, I think.
Yeah. I know Paul Harvey's son has tried in vain to follow his father's footsteps. Maybe that brightens his day as he cleans tables at Applebee's. All right, Bobby Sos. I got a question out of the box because you were at the game. I don't know how much I understand that you're focused on the game, and this might be unfair to ask you, but Greg Bedard was on the post-game show yesterday, and he was talking about Drake May on the field, and that Drake May was kind of just off on his own and not really talking, because let's find negatives, but wasn't really like participating in any of the conversations that Brissett was having. Did you keep an eye at all on Drake May and see what he was up to?
I did not, Fred. And, that's something that generally at home, because we have monitors that are hooked up to the TV truck at home. For example, if the network is going to show a scene coming out of a break, or you have, a shot on the sideline while the coordinator's talking to the quarterback, you see them on the bench. that's something that we try to keep an eye on when we can. Zoe does a very good job of that, generally speaking. And also at home, we're a little bit closer to the sideline at Gillette. We're on that lower concourse. Though we're on the visitor side, you still get a pretty good look at the Patriots bench through your binoculars. Yesterday, it's not something that I noticed, nor, frankly, had I tried to look, I would have been able to see because of just the situation where we were. We did have monitors in the booth, but we weren't as reliant on them there as we would be at home.
Well, I'll tell you, Cincinnati's a class organization. I have trouble thinking that you weren't in a better position.
No, it's a very good booth. Actually, it's one of the better booths in the league. It's just with regards to kind of the proximity, but more than that, the fact that the television monitors were giving us the over-the-air.
I see.
Opposed to what we get at home, where we're getting the
raw feed. You're getting the raw feed at home. All right, fair enough. All right, we're going into this game. How surprised are you at the outcome and the way that the Patriots played?
Well, first of all, I'll start with the latter. I think it is surprising that they played as cleanly as they did, considering what we saw during the preseason, and especially considering the issues on the offensive line, really an unsettled lineup right up until the 11th hour. Now, as far as the upset goes, Cincinnati has been prone to slow starts. They were without one of their primary weapons offensively in T. Higgins, and their other, of course, going into the weekend was somebody who hadn't practiced very much, and then he fell ill over the weekend. And I also thought that, Cincinnati, personnel-wise, there were still a lot of questions about their defense, not as good as the defense that won their division and got to the AFC Championship game twice and got to the Super Bowl once in the last 3 years. But it is, I think, on a whole, it's a big upset. But, the conditions were right for the Patriots to go in there and at least have a puncher's chance. And they gave themselves that and more because of how cleanly they played, I thought, in all three phases.
What was the biggest surprise, Bob? Was it the clean play? Was it the essentially, I don't want to call it mistake-free, but compared to Cincinnati, they were pretty mistake-free. Was it one individual player that stood out? What was the biggest surprise yesterday?
Yeah, Hardy, I would just say collectively the front five offensively, really the front six, because they used Caden Wallace as an extra tight end, and then they had the other two tight ends who played well. It's funny because Gerard Mayo did say after the Washington preseason game, and granted it was against the Commanders' backups, when he was questioned about the offensive line the next day or two in a press conference, he said, look, we block well in the run game. And, it's the old adage, the old cliche. It's never as good as it seems. It's never as bad as it seems. And coming out of that game, I think, the concerns were so great. The questions were so great because of all those procedural mistakes that they had and the difficulty they've had throughout the training camp in the preseason in protecting the quarterbacks. Big contributor yesterday, maybe the biggest surprise, if you want to boil it down to an individual, Vidarian Lowe, although he got called with a full start in his first snap, replacing Chuks Okorafor, I'd say that he was able to give them as many quality reps and go as long as he did on the offensive line once he replaced Okorafor, because Okorafor got off to a very difficult start in that game, allowing some pressures very early on. And Lowe had not practiced very much the last couple of weeks because of an oblique injury.
Okay, and what do you think the defense can keep this up all season? You mentioned the lack of weapons for the Bengals and the lack of a running game, but it is Joe Burrow. What excited you about the defense?
What excited me, Fred, the most is the way they hit the aggressive play defensively, not necessarily with blitzing when you think about aggression defensively, but watching Jonathan Jones make the tackle on Iosivas on that pass out to the right flat and stop him, seeing them come up and force Cincinnati, into fourth and short, and then getting the stop there. I just thought how physical they were defensively. That bodes well for them. Seeing Marcus Jones out there, and you put him out with Jonathan Jones and Christian Gonzalez, and I think that's a pretty good trio. He's a guy that just hasn't been able to stay on the field in his first couple of years, but a terrific athlete. And I think that they have the capability of making some plays defensively, just like they did a couple of years ago, where they were able to score 7 non-offensive touchdowns. So for me, I think it just goes to the physicality of the defense yesterday. And, I think they imposed their will, frankly, in some respects, on both sides of the ball. The way they ran it when Cincinnati knew they were going to run it. But I also think, too, Burrow was uneasy right from the start. Maybe part of that was the rustiness, didn't play much in preseason, but he certainly didn't look comfortable until he got into that long touchdown drive where he found a little bit of rhythm. But then he seemed confused again a little bit later on.
I think too much gets made of players and whether or not they're willing to play for a coach. We talked a lot about it last year with various coaches. These guys are all playing for their next contracts for the most part. But certainly on the defense, and I think even offensively, we saw some elements of these guys playing for Gerard Mayo yesterday, and maybe even Alex Van Pelt. It's a lot easier when you're ahead for the entire game and you're about to get a win, but it seems like they've started to build something there that the players believe in.
Yeah, Hardy, I heard last night Brian Hoyer talk about that and Ted Johnson concur. Ted made a point. Guys, you could talk about playing for a coach, and you can talk before you actually go out there and have to do it, about what kind of level of buy-in there is. But when you go out and you see that the coach coaches well, and I thought Gerard Mayo and his staff managed that game very well. They were on top of situational football. They managed the clock well. I thought they coached much better than Zach Taylor on the other sideline and his staff. I thought the challenge that he was fortunate that he won the challenge technically, but I thought that was really a silly challenge in that case because the ball was clearly recovered by Ramondre Stevenson after the fumble. And Ted made the point, like, it's one thing to say it beforehand, but then when you actually experience it, I think that only validates, that buy-in with Mayo. And I think there were a large number of players who did go out there and take the field wanting to play for Gerard Mayo and the staff, including Van Pelt. Austin Hooper made a couple of nice catches, including one diving reception for a first down in the second half. And he's a guy who said the other day to me on the radio for our pregame show that he wouldn't be here without Alex Van Pelt. So I think that there was a lot of that collective desire on the part of the Patriots to play for their coaches. But you're right. It ultimately comes down to they want to play for themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah. And if this team we were talking about earlier, if this team gets behind in a game, how much of a chance do you get?
You're down 7 or 10, Bob. Is this team coming back with that offense?
Which you got to look at the plays yesterday. I think their longest offensive play was 17 yards, and it was a run by Ramondre Stevenson. So it's going to be very difficult to try to come back. I was thinking that as the game went along, and it was so critical for them not to have Cincinnati come back and take the lead, because it reminds me, and I know you guys probably get tired like everybody else hearing me talk about my days at Navy, but it reminds me in a lot of ways of an offense that's limited like you have at a service academy where they really have to play out front and limit possessions. And I don't think there was any secret made about the game plan. Run the ball, play good defense, and they were very good in the kicking game. Exceptional in the kicking game in terms of the punting by Behringer, the coverage by Schooler, and the punt unit, and the performance by Joey Sly. He made the kicks he was supposed to make, and that's so critical in the NFL. So for me, I think you're right. It would be very difficult for them if they fall behind, particularly against a quality defense. And in the case of Cincinnati, the Bengals really made an emphasis to try to improve their run defense, for example, and that wasn't evident yesterday whatsoever. So they're going to go up against better defenses, better teams, especially when you get to New York and San Francisco in weeks 3 and 4. And it's going to be very difficult to play from behind in those games and have a chance.
All right. What time did you get home yesterday? I'm not even going to say last night. What time?
It was great. It was great. I got home at 9:30. I was able to listen to the first quarter of the Lions and Rams on the drive back from Foxborough. These 1 o'clock games are great when you're playing in the Eastern time zone. Chartering is a luxury that we're afforded. It's awesome to be able to come home from a week 1 game and be able to watch Sunday Night Football.
All right. So how long after the game is it until you are getting on a bus to the airport or wherever airport you guys leave from?
It's generally around 60 to 90 minutes.
Okay.
I will say, I think we're going to be a little quicker this year. You used to take Bill a little longer. Often he would shower before a road press conference.
Yeah, he had to get on that ring cam. Yep.
And, Gerard's pretty quick. He's very punctual. We're on a different time schedule, it seems, with him.
And then
we got out of there in great shape yesterday.
And then you just pull up to the planes. You walk right on. John shaking
We
his
walk
head.
right on. There is a check on the tarmac, an ID check, and there is some screening on the tarmac as well. I'm not sure how much I'm allowed to divulge, but we have a police escort. I was trying to explain it to my son last night, Fred, because he was confused how I got home so quickly.
Yeah,
and how we got through the traffic after the game, because his only experience riding home from a game is on Route 1, and again, we're very.
Yeah. You work for the team. Everyone knows. All right. So, is it champagne on the plane? Is it champagne in great celebration or what?
No, it's sitting next to Zoe while he's watching a movie. I think with that Contact. I think he watched it going to Washington and he watched it coming back from Cincinnati. No champagne. We're fed pretty well, but there's no bubbly on that ride home. Nobody's popping any corks yesterday after a Week 1 win.
What movie was Zoe watching?
Contact with Jodie Foster and Matthew McConaughey.
What? That movie's, 20 years old?
And that's why he had to watch it on the way out and on the way back, because that's a long movie.
Didn't get all the subtle nuances the first time around.
That's so bizarre. Okay.
All right.
I'll let Zoe explain it, on his show.
I've seen it.
What happens there is supposed to stay there, I know.
All right. He's never made doo-doo on the seat in the airplane like he has on the chairs in this studio.
Well, that's a biohazard situation. He doesn't want to be responsible for the plane turning around and going back to Cincinnati.
I mean, I heard stories of when they've been out of the country. It's not out of that.
No, we don't need to rehash that. Bob has even talked about it with us. We don't need to do that one.
All right. Bobby Sosi calling a win. Thank you, Bob, and enjoy the home opener next weekend. And we look forward to talking to you next Monday. Enjoy the week.
Hey, guys, you too. Thanks a lot, Fred.
All right. Appreciate it. Thanks, Bob.
Contact.
Yeah.
There's a big twist in that one where
Never seen it.
S.R. Haddon may have been, or at least James Woods would have us believe that he was the one responsible for the signal. But
sure,
we know that Jodie Foster was not.
Yeah, you look, Matthew McConaughey.
Wait. I've never seen it. Hang on a second.
Shush.
Shush. Get ready. Shush. Shh. Right. I've never seen it, right? Let me guess. Matthew McConaughey walking down the street. Whoops. What fell out of my eye? And it's everyone looking for his contact.
Say something right.
I can do this as long as you can.
That's why you always got to keep spectacles with you.
I can't do it. John, this is what I've learned. Almost a year on the show.
Yeah.
I can't do it as long as you can.
I
will break.
I got more practice.
I love the silence.
I know.
I love the silence.
Well done.
Nothing quite like the silence.
Yeah.
All right, very good. But they're like getting in touch with aliens is what he's watching.
That's the goal. Is they build a machine to.
No, you don't even know, Wallach. Jesus,
I saw
shut
the
up.
movie.
All right, real quick. This is serious. Do you know what Steven Spielberg regrets? What he regrets in one of his movies? Go ahead. It's not a joke.
Does he regret War of the Worlds because he made the aliens mean?
No, Close Encounters of the Third Kind. He doesn't think that Richard Dreyfuss should have gotten on the. I never seen it, but he doesn't think that. I guess if Richard Dreyfuss gets on the spaceship at the end and leaves his family.
Yeah.
Now he made that before he was a father, and now that he's a father, he wishes that he didn't put that in the film.
Huh?
Isn't that interesting?
Very.
No, I'm serious. I mean, isn't that like kind of an? I never saw the movie, but that's
You've never seen Close Encounters?
no. I mean, I'm super aware of what's going on.
Yeah, it's good.
But isn't the whole that's like the powerful thing that he gives up his life because he's of his obsession?
Well, there are believed to be a bunch of people who were chosen.
Yeah.
And then they choose some people. They think there's going to be some exchange that they're going to bring back the people they've abducted, and they're going to send a bunch more people. Dreyfuss was just called to Devil's Tower, Wyoming. He saw visions of it. He had to be there. They had all these people ready to go, and then the aliens come out and said, "Nope, we're only taking him. He's the only one we want."
Because it's a movie about obsession, correct? And giving into obsession. That's what was my understanding.
That's about spaceships.
Oh no, that's a fool's way of looking at that thing. All right, you might as well get emails in because after a Patriots game, we have not gotten many. And it's the email segment next, or you can call in about the game.
Yeah, get him in now, or call. That's good.
Yeah, you can
That's
get him
good.
in. You can call. Whatever. We'll be back in just a moment.
Stay tuned for more Toucher and Hardy on the Sports Hub.
All right, Cat's Eyes Cat Guard exclusion system is the permanent.
and Hardy on the Sports Hub.
You know, I got an idea for a bit. The email bit. We should do the email bit. It's a great idea. Let's do the email bit.
Hey, we are Toucher and Hardy. You can get in touch with the show simply by going to emailing us, JON at 985thesportshub.com. No H. That's how you get in touch with Wallach and with Hardy at 985thesportshub.com. You can get me, Toucher, at 985thesportshub.com. Follow the show. Nicholas, he's pumping out videos like there's nobody's business at Toucher and Hardy on Instagram and Twitter. And then you can follow me on Twitter at Fred Toucher and Hardy at Hardy985. I always think this is interesting. It's I don't know who it's from. It's just a long thing. It's a YouTube chat during your show. I got to hand it to you, Fred. You've got the same people complaining about you for 4 hours a day, 5 days a week, and yet they still listen to the show. Also, the spelling errors and grammar issues from these quote-unquote fans are monumental. It's really something. I don't look at the YouTube chat. That's a Hardy situation. And if they're negative, I know Riz and I know the guys that call in, they seem to be positive. If they're being mean to me, that just seems really out of line. I don't care for that at all. Please stop it.
Let me give you the last 5 comments in the chat. Is Ryan still eating sand? That was years ago, Lauren, when I forgot who we lost to. The reporters kept asking him questions. Ryan, they lost. The show always ignores the fam. 98.5, the snub hub. Shout out. Now they're responding to us talking about them.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't ignore the fam. I let him come on and say to the Twitch fam. I let it say it every day, even though we're on YouTube now. I understand what he's talking about. If you want to go in there and insult the show all you want, that's fine. As long as you're listening and participating, you can say whatever you want. Happy Football Monday. That's from Joe. Good morning, boys. I told you the Patriots and the points. Did you? Freddie, more movies that were on HBO a lot during the early mid-'80s, and you'll recall these. Max Duggan Returns with Jason Robards. That all I got out of that when I was a kid is that Jason Robards got was it Tom Amansky?
I think it was Amansky.
Charlie Lau. No, it was Charlie Lau.
Oh, okay, yes.
He got Charlie Lau to coach Matthew Broderick in hitting.
I'll never forget that.
Yeah, and then I was just like, oh, he's getting all these things.
I want to do that. Hey, Dad, can you take me to Tom Amansky?
I didn't ask for that. I was kidnapped. It was really kidnapping. I should have reported it. Ice Pirates with Robert Urich. That is the only movie I've ever walked out of. Oh, we walked out of Beetlejuice. My daughter and I.
Oh, is that right? You just saw it this last weekend.
Yeah, I didn't think it was even that bad. I didn't think it was that bad, but it was freaking my daughter out.
Oh,
so
wow.
So we walked out.
Yeah, okay.
And she wasn't crying or anything. She's just like, I don't like this. Like, I don't like all the disfigured faces.
Yes.
Because I got to look at you the whole day. And, of course, Once Bitten with Jim Carrey, which had a young Karen Coppins, who would have been Hardy's cup of tea. Google
she
her.
She was, but I don't know what Karen Coppins did post Once Bitten.
But who was the femme fatale in that? Was that Faye Dunaway?
No. Once Bitten, Lauren Hutton.
Lauren Hutton.
Okay. Yeah.
Because even though Lauren Hutton was not my cup of tea, I recall being very aroused by the MILF situation, because this was before the internet, where MILF stuff was permeating every crevice of this country, soaking into all our lives. Who was Coppin? Was that the girl that he settled for?
No, that was his girlfriend, and she was hot. She was also in the Cosby Mysteries, one episode.
Yeah, a lot of TV work after that. Yeah,
one episode of Designing Women. So, Fred, you probably saw that.
What? Saw what?
Designing Women. I'm sure you watched Designing Women.
I did, but it got Delta Burke's transformation over the course of the show made me appreciate the guy from Simon & Simon and Major Dad that stayed married to her during that whole time. He stayed very faithful to her.
She was also on one episode of another show that you watched every episode of, Full House.
I've seen every episode of Full House at least twice.
She played a character called Linda Stratton in one episode.
I wonder if she was a femme fatale from perhaps the station that the dad worked for, the television station, or maybe when it was the Renegades.
Can't help you.
When they were the afternoon show, Joey and the gang.
An email here from Zach. Hey, boys, there's an ad for a home improvement on your station that uses the same melody as the Caillou theme. I may suggest you get rid of that ad because the song prompts nightmare of a child who won't shut the hell up and is more of a cue ball than Yul Brynner.
You're getting to be a big boy.
Hit the post.
I don't understand. Caillou bothers everyone, but I don't. When my kids were that little and they were watching, everything was garbage.
Okay, so my kids watched Max and Ruby, my daughter especially.
Okay, I don't know what that is.
The two rabbits, Max and Ruby.
Okay.
Ruby and Max. That was acceptable. They didn't watch Caillou. I think they were too old for Barney. I think Barney was like done.
Yeah, Barney was done. Mine watched Caillou sometimes, but I didn't pay any attention to it. They watched Yo Gabba Gabba.
Yeah.
And the only time that I would do that is I would go like, oh, like a cool band's on it.
Mm-hmm.
And then I would, I can't, they got that band.
And you're probably all hopped up on your goofballs, and you were just dicking Yo Gabba Gabba even when the band wasn't on.
Oh, it's really a nod to psychedelia.
Yeah, it is.
It's like one of those ones from the 70s with the puppets.
Dude, I went to Yo Gabba Gabba live.
So did I.
Yeah. The one at the one over there in Canton at the Reebok field? Was that the one you saw?
No. I saw it in the city at a real place. Go ahead.
You do the Fresh Beat Band, boys?
Not only,
the Fresh Beat Band?
Not only did we do the Fresh Beat Band.
My kids love the Fresh Beat Band.
But I had a particularly good weekend in Vegas many years ago.
Uh-huh.
It's probably 10 years ago now. And I said, you know what? I'm going to spring for the Fresh Beat Band like fan package.
Oh, you did the meet and greet.
Which is the first 3 rows, right?
Yeah.
And the meet and greet. And I stumbled onto the picture just yesterday because my son has this project for school where he has to something about my life, right? And I said, oh. Marina.
Yeah.
Marina.
Yeah. Twist.
So my son has to do this project with stories about his life. I said, why don't you include the story and the photo from backstage at the Fresh Beat Band where he meets Marina? Fred, I'll show you, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he was so cute and adorable. So you do your little minute with, the band.
Sure.
And he goes to walk away. Marina runs up to him, grabs him, plants one on his cheek, leaves a big lipstick mark on his cheek.
Oh, look at that. Yeah.
And then how long until she was incarcerated?
I don't know, but I called the cops right away. I said, you just assaulted my son. Look at that.
Oh, that's adorable.
Isn't that adorable?
That is adorable.
That's a winning shot.
You should
right
put that
there.
on Instagram to get to get people, win people's favor like that.
Do you think it would help my brand?
It's got to help your brand. I call Kendra. I'll tell you that. You know what my kids watched all the time, and you guys probably had the same thing. MASH.
My kids were a fan of MASH and St. Elsewhere.
Oh yeah, but they didn't like that ending.
No,
they couldn't figure it out because they were little.
Dude, let me tell you something. Twist from Fresh Beat Band, jacked.
Really?
That dude is yoked.
No
He is
kidding.
not to be messed with.
My kids didn't watch Fresh Beat Band.
Yeah, that was big in my eyes. That and Paw Patrol were the two.
Oh yeah,
they watched
big Paw Patrol house.
Oh, they watched the train one too. With
Thomas the Tank Engine
with Carlin.
They're 2, they're 4,
Taking to the Pelham 1, 2, 3.
They're 2, they're 4, they're 6, they're 8.
Not the remake though, but the original because they were a big fan of the original Bad News Bears. I showed them that immediately.
Walter Matthau?
Yeah, I showed them because that was the first movie. I'm like, here's the original Bad News Bears. There's a lot of language I want you repeating. Racial stuff, like you learn it now, and then they're like, well, what's this guy's catalog? I go, oh, Walter Matthau. Oh, okay. And then so I show them the original Odd Couple, and they're like, that's great. Like, I want to play cards now. And I said, okay, cool. And then Taking the Pelham was one of the ones that we did after that.
So my son watched Fresh Beat Band, Power Rangers, and The French Connection.
Oh.
And he would just cycle through those.
That car chase. I mean, there wasn't a man, woman, or child alive that didn't like that car chase. That was a good one.
Oh, look at this. Sarah from Everett chiming in.
Oh, good.
You know, we've gotten a lot of emails when we go to Sarah from Everett. Just what showed up right now.
Sarah,
while we were talking.
I'll answer that one.
I have a feeling you have
personally
vetted this one. Okay, go ahead.
No, I'll answer it personally.
Oh, okay.
Oh, wait, what's it asking? Is it bad? Can you
Staffing.
say- Huh?
It's a staffing
yeah,
question.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
That's good.
Because I'm with you, Fred. I don't know how much these guys want us talking about.
Yeah, well, yeah. The only reason I'm not talking about it is because I don't think that, at least for one guy, that was really bad in the past. So I don't want to.
Well, but we're all like friends. There's no bad terms.
No. But I
don't
think. Well, whatever. I don't know. Probably.
With you, probably yes.
Probably. But I'm only human. What do you want out of me?
We have an email criticizing you for being too positive.
Okay.
Yeah. Chill out a bit, Freddie T. It's one game, and nobody was ready for it. It's a long season. Chill out with the Patriots winning a division game once the team in the league.
Whoa. Oh, winning a division game.
Yes,
okay.
winning a division game. Once the real teams in the league get their S together, any other team except Carolina, the Patriots stand little or no chance.
Oh, I tend to agree with you, but but the thing is that given the performances of Buffalo and Miami yesterday, especially Miami, in Buffalo's defense was bad yesterday. Like, I think that you could conceivably steal a game against one of those two teams, and we'll see how the Jets do tonight. But neither of those teams was overly impressive. Neither of them looked any better than you did.
They got a legitimate win over a team that no one thought the Patriots were going to win that game yesterday. Even the guy taking a victory lap said, "I said Patriots and the points." If you really thought that, you would have said money line.
Yeah. I don't think the Patriots are going to, win, 6 games. But Mayo looked like a pretty good coach. The team looked prepared, and Christian Gonzalez looked good, and your young pieces that you extended look good.
And after Aaron Rodgers gets hurt tonight, maybe they win both those Jets.
No, you got week 7, right, Fred? That's what you were saying.
I didn't say Rodgers was even going to get hurt. I said
everyone else was.
I said everyone else was.
Yeah. I'm sure the Midday Fraud Show is going to be all lathered up today like the homers they are. That's the end of the email.
Wait, Zolak is a homer? Nah. But Zolak can be very critical of that team, by the way, when he's doing the color commentary. He was not cheering them on too much last year. I can tell you that. I can tell you that for sure. All right. Let's just finish this up with a call. Tim, go ahead.
Yeah, what are they going to do when they stop the run and percent has to beat them? I don't think they can win that game.
No, they can't. If they get behind or a team stops the run, they are not going to be able to win a game. That is absolutely true. If I was playing them, I would line up to stop the run. But listen, Cincinnati did at the end of that game, and the Patriots ran it all over them. Cincinnati knew they were running the ball.
You know what's most impressive about that? The 6-man front. There's so many bodies at the line of scrimmage, and Stevenson was still able to get through and pick up 4 and 5 yards. Just the amount of bodies there that he had to get through. And it's not like that offensive line was busting open huge holes for him.
No, Stevenson ran hard yesterday. Look,
he
looked good. They didn't turn the ball over, everything else. I'm sure Belichick's pissed, which has got to make you happy because there's no way he's not. And I don't know how they did a 6-man front with that huge receiver room they have.
No, they're not big. They're just very, very good.
All right, we'll be back in just a moment. Here are the headlines.
Sports Hub headlines.
There I am. Ramondre Stevenson ran for 120 yards and a touchdown. Patriots scored a season-opening 16-10 win in Cincinnati. This is a ball-controlled defensive win for the Patriots, who had 170 yards rushing as a team and held the football for over 34 minutes. They will play the home opener this Sunday against Seattle. Seahawks are 1-0. They beat Denver yesterday 26-20. The NFL Network reported yesterday Tom Brady's bid to own 10% of the Raiders is on track. He should be approved by the end of the calendar year at the latest. Red Sox lost to the Chicago White Sox yesterday 7-2. They're 4 games out of a playoff spot. They'll play Baltimore at Fenway Park tonight. And in college football news, Boston College is 2-0 and ranked 24th in the country in the latest top 25 poll. The bad news is they have to visit number 6 Missouri this Saturday. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by Boston Bone and Joint Institute. For top orthopedic care, BBJI is New England's best. Visit their skilled physicians in Boston, Dedham, Waltham, Westboro, and Woburn. Book your appointment online at bbji.com. I'm John Wallach at Boston's Home for Sports, 98.5 The Sports Hub. Your next update at 10 o'clock.
More.
That is. It's time for the stack on Kutcher and Hardy.
First, we're going to get... Oh, do you have something else there, Frank?
Yeah, we're brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Make every moment more with FanDuel. Is there not a stack sponsor? I guess not.
Okay. We got several things to get to here, including the post-locker room speech. Waiting to see if there's a big ending to it, like used to be handled by the likes of Matthew Slater. What did it sound like yesterday after the win in Cincinnati?
Every one of you contributed. I'm so proud of the new players, the new coaches. People had all the excuses it couldn't happen, but you all did it, and I'm spoiled now. I'm going to count on a lot more to.
Yeah, we just getting started.
Most importantly, we're giving you this game.
Yeah, this is like Frankie Valli standing on stage.
Why is that running still?
I don't know. It's haunting us. It's the ghost of Robert Kraft.
Stop.
Gone but not forgotten.
I don't know. There's sliced hot dogs flying all around my head.
That's so weird.
It's a whole thing.
Whoa, we're hearing ourselves back. Okay, now it's gone.
All right, now it's gone.
All right, good.
That was all Nicholas's fault. No, it's back
still
again.
there. Wow, this is weird. Is this what we sound like? This is a good show.
Where's Jim? Go get Nick. Instead of sitting there, get Jim.
There we go. I fixed it. It was me. It was actually our YouTube feed that was feeding back through my
Oh, Jesus Christ, Hardy.
Okay.
You're so concerned
So
what people say to
judgmental.
you.
And then
There's a bar in Washington, D.C. that said they were going to comp everybody's bar tab if the Patriots won yesterday. The Dirty Water is the name of the bar. Get it? It's a Boston bar. It's called the Dirty Water. So last night, they were closing out tabs.
It's called what?
Dirty Water. Sunday around
serving
7:30
it?
p.m., they were still closing out tabs and had comped at that point about $6,000 in drinks, according to Rachel Hines, the general manager.
Based on actual cost to them, $17.
Well, apparently it was enough to make it hurt to the point where next weekend they're going to run it back, but they said there will be a stipulation. $30 open bars will be paid if the Patriots win, not every tab.
All right. There was no stipulation that it had to be well liquor?
No.
Because my fraternity had a thing. There was a club that was opening in Orlando, and they wanted, it wasn't even in Orlando proper, it was like Winter Park, and they wanted our fraternity to host a night there. And then we said, all right, well, why would anyone come? And they said, oh, we'll just give you for this amount of money to get in, $40. It's well liquor, all the well liquor you can drink. And I think that and this isn't like, ow, this is just what happened. Like in like an hour and a half, they drank the bar dry of all the well liquor, and then night over. But and then there were people that started buying premium drinks, but for a lot of us, it was time to drive home. No, I'm just kidding. It was time to leave. You understand what I'm saying?
I understand.
You catch where I'm coming from?
Best bartending gig I ever had. I had left Houlihan's. I was no longer an employee, but for the Christmas party, which was held there at the same restaurant, they would always hire a former bartender to come back and tend bar for the Christmas party. And it was an open bar for the employees, draft beer, and well drinks only. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
And you just work for tips for the night. And, of course, at some point in the night, all it takes is like one manager and then the GM to say, all right, enough with that. Let's have something good. And by the end of the night, you're pouring Louis XIII cognac because no one cares anymore. All bets are off. And this was like 1994, maybe, 95. I think I made $600 in tips that night, which was tripled my net worth at the time.
Yeah, if you do an industry night gig, you're going to get tipped well. I mean, that's just 2 tips the best. One time when I was in the Bahamas, I was there prepping for my wedding before I got married in the Bahamas. And my fiance at the time went nuts, and we were arguing. And I went to the hotel bar, and the guy gave me a shot of Louis XV. That really,
yeah.
It's like $300, like a shot or whatever it was.
Yeah.
He gave me one of those. because I was telling him my story, and he's like, it doesn't matter to me. No one ever gets this.
Right.
And handed it to
Smooth,
me.
isn't it?
I don't even remember. I was
Oh.
probably wasted at the time.
All right.
It was all wasted on me.
It's been announced. The Super Bowl halftime performer.
Yeah. Who is this?
Skilo.
If you're Drake, and the song of the summer was the Drake diss track, and that's what you're playing there, where it accuses him of pedophilia.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Is he going to play the show?
Is
Is he going to play this song accusing Drake? He goes, you play music, your favorite chord is A minor. Like, that can't be good if you're Drake, that like 2 billion people hear allegations of pedophilia directed at you.
Okay.
Yeah, so Kendrick Lamar, he had this song in the summer. It's a legitimate get. Kendrick Lamar is very, very, very talented. But if I'm Drake, I'm none too pleased with this. Because if he does the song, he had the biggest song in the summer because he released 2 diss tracks that destroyed you. He won. That'd be like Kool Mo D doing the Super Bowl when he was in his fight with LL Cool J.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Or when LL Cool J was in his fight. Okay. He's accusing Drake of not being black. So the thing is do you think it was like when Cannabis was in a fight with LL Cool J where he buried him with Mama Said Knock You Out? You got to think. John, what's another great rap band?
They want money. That was Kool Mo D, right?
Yeah, when Kool Mo D had, what was the album cover?
Oh, damn it.
It was a Kangol getting run over by a fancy wheel.
That's
You're
right.
saying Drake's going to feel like Vanilla Ice if Third Base got the Super Bowl halftime show after
very
releasing
good.
Pop Goes the Weasel?
Well,
right.
You know who put a hit out on them for real? It was MC Hammer. Put a legitimate hit out. It's a fact. He had hired people to kill them.
Pete Nice, really?
Had hired people to kill Search and Pete Nice.
How about that?
They'll tell you. You can look it up on Snopes or whatever the hell else you want.
Which one of them is still local? The third base.
Well, Pete Nice had a big baseball enterprise that I think ran afoul of some people.
Oh.
So he's not around. And Search owns like some place in like Orlando. He owns a restaurant in Orlando.
No, but it was Pete Nice. He was hanging around Faneuil Hall there for a
The
while.
memorabilia guy?
Yeah, he had he had a collection that quote unquote rivaled Cooperstown.
Yeah.
And there were some issues with that collection, to my understanding, with its validity.
Yes.
But I'm not positive.
I've heard stories.
That I'm not as positive as the hit. That was what if Ice Cube played No Vaseline during the Super Bowl halftime?
Yeah, and then Easy and Dre and those guys like, hey.
I will tell you this: in the '90s, the battle's not as fun, given that they were dying, getting killed. Can you believe that Tupac and Biggie got killed?
Yes.
Due to this very situation. The 2 biggest rappers on the planet were both murdered by allegedly each other's groups based on partially things they said in song. The Source Awards where they booed. To
this day, I will not say anything publicly or privately bad about Suge Knight because you just never know.
You think he's operating behind the scenes
I don't
of
know.
the prison?
I ain't saying nothing.
Or he hang you upside down like he did Vanilla Ice?
Don't know.
And I believe Vanilla Ice. Some people don't believe him, but I'm thinking maybe that is true, given the video footage of Suge Knight beating people up. All right, that'll do it for us. Everyone have a good time today. It was very tiring for Hardy and I as we stayed up late for that Lions game.
You're going to stay up late again tonight, Fred?
Not as likely as it was last night. All right, that'll do it for us. Everyone have a great day. Bye.